Hi, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, hello.
Hi, Hepper.
Yo.
How are we doing
Hello.
today? Everybody good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa, it's you this time.
My bad, my bad.
Mute the tab, bruh.
So-
I accidentally unmuted. I pressed the button.
So we had a lively discussion, John, off the air during the.
Oh, should we play the game of guess what we were talking about?
Oh.
Or what did we do the other day?
That's a great idea. Yeah. What? Yeah. Well, guess the topic.
It
Yeah.
was the same topic as the subject of the movie Spotlight.
No. No. Nice guess. Watched it last night, and when that scene happens, thought of the promo that's been airing on 16. We got to nail these
hold on.
guys, man.
Hey, Nick, let go real quick. I'm gonna press it. You're talking about. Oh,
Oh
where?
no.
There it
We
is.
gotta nail
these scumbags.
That one.
Nice.
There you go, Nick. You can.
That
have
was not the topic du jour. That was not the topic
Nope.
du jour.
No, it
Oh.
wasn't.
So
Nope.
I haven't watched Spotlight yet, and I'm worried when I get to that part, I'm going to laugh just because I think
You
about
will.
Happer.
I mean,
It's a very
It is
talked about
sort of-
scene.
It is sort of funny. I mean, obviously, it's not funny.
Rewatchables has a category where it's
Named after it.
Yeah, and it involves that the soul.
just unintentionally funny.
No, it's overacting.
Okay.
Yeah.
They have that for that scene. Anyway,
Yeah, it was a little overacting there.
so no, it wasn't. It's not that topic, John.
Nope,
We'll
nope.
give you. We had multiple discussions. I wanted to do the thing about Netflix because
Okay.
you learned something.
Yeah, the other one was
Netflix.
about radio stations.
Oh wait, I guess I just gave it away. That John, it was about Netflix. John, you know about Stranger Things. You have watched
Yeah.
the show. Did you know?
yeah,
it's-
and I don't know if I'm going to watch the last season.
that. So
There we
Happer
go.
didn't know.
I genuinely had no idea. I thought the show was over 10 years ago.
yeah,
No.
it still
it
has.
feels like it was.
Yeah, because John, apparently, so every episode is going to be like a movie. They're going to be like 2.5 hours. I think there's 6 or 7 or 8 episodes.
Oh my god.
6 or 7?
6 or 7, yeah. And so, John, the word, somebody just
Ah.
reported that they might be releasing them weekly on Netflix. Your thoughts on that? Because otherwise, they're supposed to come out on Black Friday, Christmas, and New Year's.
Well, if I were to watch it,
Yeah.
I think I would probably wait until the summertime when I have extra time, because if I got to dedicate an entire movie watching experience to this,
It's a lot of movies.
this is a perfect example of overthinking things, because it's listen, I enjoy the show. I really did enjoy the show. But with every passing year, it got longer and longer, and the gap between seasons got longer and longer.
Yeah.
And what's the gap between this one? Like
3 years. The last season premiered in
These
May.
people are in their 40s for crying out loud.
May of 2022.
So what was the day of the first episode?
It was
I was in college.
I.
Season 2 came out when I
It
was
came
in
out
college.
one day before I got married the first time, July 15th, 2016.
Incredible.
Wow.
Oh yeah, and the unfortunate gestures.
2016.
But then
And
season
how many-
2
and-
came out in 2017.
It
didn't
came out 1 year
Second
later.
question.
Yeah.
How many episodes of television have they produced and released since 2016?
So it went 8, 9, 8, 9, and then it will be another 8. So that is
Good
16.
grief.
34 episodes have come out, 42 when
This
the show is done.
embarrassing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it went 2016, 2017, 2019. Now that's the last season I watched. And then it went 2022 and now 2025.
When is the bubble going to burst on? Because I'm blaming HBO for the start of this with Game of Thrones, right? They used to take years between seasons.
Well,
yeah.
the main issue is that
This show's too good. People will follow it. Or is it with this?
well, I mean, people did. I don't
See,
know
that's the
anymore.
thing. I don't know if it's
I
too
haven't
good.
watched season 4
it's been like House of the Dragon. The new season's supposed to come out next year
because
sometime,
it costs so
right?
much money.
But
The
they-
issue is the amount of money and like all the effects that they have to
Yeah.
do.
They
for it.
also created like an
Production.
entire like ecosystem around it. Like there are toys and I don't know. I feel like I
Candy,
see it
Wait
every
a
Gatorade.
second. There's House of Dragon toys.
Oh God, yeah. There's toys.
There is.
You could probably find some, John.
I guess I'm not sure about.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I mean, there's
I
Funko
would be a
Pops.
little.
Are those
I'd
toys?
be I'd be a little concerned about the kind of toys that are coming out of House of the Dragon, considering the interpersonal relationships.
Oh no, there are
between the
100%
families
toys.
or family.
I'm looking at a Dagon action figure or Daemon. Damon.
So
Daemon.
here's a
Daemon
question:
Targaryen.
Is the show good?
I thought season 1 was solid. I never thought that it was like this next level show. I didn't like season 2 as much, and I definitely didn't like season 3 as much.
Okay.
I'm guessing that's why I never watched season 4.
I liked the
Yeah.
last season for a few scenes. I thought it was really fun and cool.
For
but
a few scenes.
Yeah.
Yikes, that's tough.
So you didn't like the show?
not overall.
That's like saying I liked that like a couple of the plays in that football game were fun.
Where Nebraska lost 62-3.
Bingo, yeah.
I binged it all when the last season came out. I binged it all because I stopped. I watched the first season in college. It didn't stick. But then I did a whole binge in 22.
Greg and Lincoln, always good to see him back. Says season 4 rebounded from season 3. I did hear that. I did hear that.
Honestly, I don't. It's been so damn long. I don't remember.
Yeah, and John likes doing his rewatches before new seasons.
And so, yeah, if I got to invest,
That's a lot of time.
like 2.5 hours for 6 episodes,
Yep.
which is basically like watching 6 movies,
Mhm.
and I'm going to do the rewatch because I got to figure out what the hell I
You're
forgot.
that's your whole life. You'll take
That's
up your
the whole
life.
damn summer. I
That's
might
it.
as well just re-break my arm again.
Would you rather break your arm or rewatch Stranger Things?
Dear
Whole
God.
question.
the same amount of rehab.
Yeah, it really is.
By the way, Baymon with the quote of the day. I love my little finger brothel playset.
Excellent.
It looks like one of those little Tykes play kitchens.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Excellent work.
I actually thought about that the other night.
The brothel?
No, the whole
brothel.
rewatch thing.
Nice.
Well, it's going to be probably like 5 to 7 more years before the next season of Severance comes out.
It will be
And
a
then
long
yeah.
time.
I'm going to have to watch the damn show all again.
To remember,
So I think Severance is over for me. I think I quit.
you are done
Like,
with Severance.
If it doesn't come out within the next 3 months, I'm done because my memory will just
okay,
expire.
3 months now. That's a bit well, I guess it did premiere in January.
Yeah.
Holy crap!
If it doesn't come out before next like February, I'm done. I'm out.
Whoa. All right. Well, I think you're toasting. See you later.
Yeah, I mean, because like I gotta take all the time to refamiliarize
what?
myself with the show.
Shout
again.
out
Yeah,
to the
too
Pit.
much.
The Pit gave us 15 episodes
Yeah.
last winter, and guess what? It's given us 15 more starting in January.
You need 2 years off just to get another show.
That's the show that I keep telling people to watch. Watch the Pit.
And the gap between the first and the second year of Severance was like several years.
First season came out in 2022, and then it came out in 2025.
I mean, honestly,
Tough.
what they should do with some of these series, if they're so damn, complicated and expensive to make them movies.
But then you couldn't do 8 hours, John. That's too long of a movie.
Well, but you don't need to do 8 hours. Learn how to tell a story in 2.
That's it.
Wow.
You know,
Hmm.
You know, we
seriously.
were watching Spotlight last night, and
Right.
Chris said something like, "They don't make movies like this anymore." And I was like, "They don't."
Write what you think is 2 seasons of a show, and then just split it. Or just
into 4 movies,
or just combine it into
whatever.
1 season, or whatever you're gonna do.
Yeah,
Probably wouldn't make enough money in the theaters for it to be worth it. You know?
So
yeah, that's
stupid.
true.
And you
It's all
could-
about money.
I just want
money.
shows to have a definitive end. You
Yeah.
know, I don't want them to get so popular that the network is like, oh, you need to tack on some more stuff, like The Bear.
like
I just
The
want
Bear.
it to have a definitive beginning, middle, end, and then when it's done, it's done.
Season 3 was tough for the Bear.
I don't think we watched it.
The most recent one was 4, right?
Most recent.
Yeah,
4.
3 was bad.
Yeah, 3 was tough. You didn't watch season 3?
Don't remember. I think I might have.
Okay.
3 was all. It was the whole show was about FAC.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, it's disgusting.
Terrible people.
Then I started seeing him in a lot of commercials. I'm like,
Yeah,
what are we
yeah,
doing
he's got
here?
his own cooking show.
Terrible people.
Uh-huh.
Terrible people.
Does he have his own cooking show because he actually cooks, or because he plays a guy that kind of is
No, he-
adjacent to people that cook?
No, he was a cook before he was on the show.
Okay.
Because when we watched season
Let's
1,
cook, Jesse.
Riz was like, "Oh
That's
yeah,
a
that
show.
guy is from something or other," and I was like, "Wow, that's cool."
Oh, I love something or other.
I'm a huge
Something or other was a huge hit.
Uh huh.
Jesse, let's cook.
Great reference.
Last night I watched. This is This is possibly a good topic.
Yeah.
I've been watching some Breaking Bad episodes recently.
Yeah. Seen this and heard
And,
about
I happened across the table read of the episode where It's like right after Hank was on the crapper and he found the book.
Oh yeah.
The episode right after that.
So the season 5B premiere.
They have the entire table read. It's like an hour on the internet.
That's awesome.
And I just watched it as I was doing work last night.
How was that?
It was kind of fun. Yeah, because you get to kind of see the lines, how they were written, and
wow,
what
a show.
Yeah, it's great.
So
how they work it out.
You remember that scene for Walter's birthday when him and Skylar are in bed and she's just on the computer while multitasking?
Oh yeah.
Apparently that was that actress. I don't remember her name.
Anna Gunn.
It was Anna Gunn's audition.
That scene?
Yeah.
Tight.
So she said that
they used the audition from that.
No, he's saying that scene was what she auditioned with
that was
to
the
get
screen
the
test or whatever.
to get the role.
So she said that they had just faced each other and just miming while they were doing the scene, just locked eyes, eye contact.
Wow. Vinegar stroke.
Disgusting.
They're a married couple.
No, they're not. They're just people.
They're actors.
They're just people.
They're
Connor
actors.
Happer.
One of my cousins is an actor. She
The actor?
Yeah, she's in a new commercial. She put it up on her Instagram.
Now is she like a Mike
Is it a
Thompson
local
actor?
commercial or a regional
She in a
commercial
T-Mobile
or a
commercial?
national?
It's either it was T-Mobile or Verizon. I don't remember which one it was for.
Oh.
She was in a Skechers commercial earlier this year.
Guy I played baseball with ended up in an episode of Yellowstone, maybe.
Whoa.
When you
Something
saw
like
him, were
that.
you like, I
Cool.
know that guy? Were you like Leo? Ah,
Yeah,
What a meme.
yeah. And I don't know what happened to him since then.
Yeah.
I don't hear from him anymore. He used to update his Instagram a lot with all
Yeah.
the things that he was acting, and I don't see it anymore.
What about your former coworker? What's that guy up to? Is he still making movies? He changed his name.
I see him on Instagram doing takes about the Chiefs.
Oh, he's
and
probably
I'm-
having a bad time.
I'm wondering.
Oh, is he trying to get back into the game?
I'm wondering. Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a podcast brewing or something.
Has he changed his name back to his old name on his Instagram?
Let me go check.
Because he has a pretend name now.
Yeah.
You know about this guy, John, right? You know about this radio man?
It would be a blast from the past.
He had a very
who?
famous take that pissed a lot of people off once, where he said, if Nebraska's recruiting class ended today, it would be the worst class of all time.
Wow.
Because he said that way before signing day.
I
now,
don't remember that person.
No, he still goes by the fake name.
his pretend name.
But all of his Instagrams, they're all
Whoa.
about sports.
It's just cheat. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
He must be getting out of the acting game.
Oh well, find a little side hustle. I
We
guess.
don't have any jobs for you here. Sorry.
Not
friend.
familiar with this person.
Yeah.
Can't say.
Probably for the best, John.
You don't remember Mike Welch?
No.
Wow, that's awesome.
That was a
No,
long
I
time
don't.
ago. It was about when Stranger Things came out.
Well, that would be a long time ago.
Wow. That is
It's been a
crazy.
while.
Yeah.
That was when he left. Yeah.
Dang. Because you were just a tiny baby boy. You had just started on the radio.
Yeah.
Wow. He
Yeah.
was like, let me take you under my arm there, little Happer. I'll tell you all about radio.
I don't think that.
Tell me,
happened.
Mike, what takes do I
and then he
have?
left you to become an actor and then a Chiefs influencer, I guess.
Wow.
What a terrible world.
Well, he's not a Chief. Connor's not a Chiefs influencer. He's a Panthers influencer.
That's right. Go Panthers.
No, you're a Blue Jay influencer.
I'm not an influencer of any kind.
You're more of a honk.
I have that screenshot of you from last Friday.
What do I influence?
Creighton, I don't know. You tell him to buy things.
What is my screenshot? The screenshot.
Did you-
Yeah.
oh.
What was that, by the way?
So that was when the
So
show
they had-
started on Twitter. You just looked at the camera.
they had me up.
Yeah.
Well, usually they have me covered by a slate.
No. Well,
I know exactly who to punch in the face for that.
wow. It is awesome. Have you? Okay, I'll upload it into.
I
our,
forgot that I
Posted
got
on
that.
Blue Sky.
I was honestly surprised that I posted on Twitter, Nick, when I still had a Twitter.
'Cause I never went back and watched through my Jays live.
Yeah, I was surprised. because I think I responded to you. I was hoping that was going to be one of the
I should save it.
radio show
You're
things
doing a
today.
radio show.
Yeah, here okay. I'm going to post it on the StreamYard, but I'll also text it to you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Oh, I have been airdropped.
There it is.
Open.
I guess here, since I sent it to you, you could upload it to StreamYard.
I
if you
certainly
want.
can.
Look at this. It's a 1,000-yard stare. I'm worried that Happer is watching a murder take
Why
place
do I look
off
like that?
camera
All right,
at
hang
the
on,
Creighton
hang on.
basketball game.
I'll put it
last
up
week.
there in just a second.
I am very concerned about Happer. Stib says you brainwashed the Youngs into liking that disgusting school. That's what you are.
I'm not trying to trick anybody.
You're an influencer for Creighton.
I'm not trying to trick anybody into anything.
John is also a Creighton influencer.
You could do whatever you'd like. Yeah, John had a whole video made about him.
It wasn't about me. It was just about me
Got it.
doing the game.
You were featured pretty heavily. I saw a lot of John Bishop in that video.
It was like
Oh,
through the
yeah.
eyes of John Bishop. This is a John Bishop video, it said.
Yeah.
They followed you while you were wheeling your equipment, but at a low angle.
All right, you guys ready for the jump scare?
Look at this. Wait till you see Happer's face. That was how the show started. Because I was eating dinner and I was scrolling and I saw it. And I don't go in search
Can you
for
send
Jay's
me that
Live.
picture? I can
Yes.
use that for things.
So I don't go in search of Jay's Live, but anytime that I'm scrolling and I see it, I go, I'll watch a few minutes of this and see what's going on with Happer because he's my friend.
God.
And I opened it up, and so the video finished, and you were waiting for Jake Ryan to throw it up to you, and you just looked at the camera.
Why did I look like that?
Yeah, awesome stuff.
Man,
possessed?
now none of y'all go get this because it's a very old reference, but if that isn't a Bobby Brady stare into the red light situation,
John,
baby.
I was thinking the same thing, man. Thinking the same thing.
Bobby Brady, like from the Brady Bunch?
Yep. Yeah, there was an episode where
Here's
he
the
was
story.
all confident. He was all confident about winning the spelling bee against, because it was always a girls versus boys thing. And then the camera comes on and he does exactly looks exactly like Connor.
Talk about this.
Except he had hair, 70s hair and no beard because, he was an adolescent.
No, I know what it was. Somebody told Happer that he's going to go to a deep and dreamless slumber.
What?
It's a Westworld reference.
Oh,
Dear God.
God.
You had the chance to make a really good joke.
You did. So it could have been so funny.
I'm missing the joke.
Well, we know that.
We're missing your joke.
Mm-hmm.
You can't make Westworld
nobody- yeah,
references.
nobody gets
Again,
these
no one
references.
watches the
Yeah.
damn show. It's not even
HBO
available
said this
anywhere
show
anymore.
Sucks. Get rid of it.
Unless one person still has TiVo and they've kept it.
What? Now that's a reference, John.
Yeah. I never had TiVo. I had the Direct TV.
Well, that's because if you have
DVR.
any other DVR, they usually erase after 8 or 9 months. So, it's gone now.
There
So
you
you
go.
have to have your own hard drive.
Charles writes in, Happer, you're doing big red overreaction with Matt McMaster.
That's funny.
No,
Wild.
I don't.
That's funny.
I don't dislike that.
The
That
Nebraska
sounds fun.
fan base when Dylan Raiola leaves. Ah!
When I saw the Dayton Raiola decommitment at 7:00 this morning.
Ah! You were like, oh man, we got to get that on the Locked On pod.
Goo.
Wow.
Ooh, indeed.
Sorry,
stuff.
yes, I was eating a couple. The popcorn is just sitting here.
Many people are asking, are you eating on air right now?
Yeah, but come on,
Mm-hmm.
give me a break. My
This
show's
is his
over.
lunch.
He doesn't
Come
have
on.
lunch.
Yeah, my show's over. All right, so calm down.
That's true.
Yeah, this is the crossover. We don't get serious.
There's
in
no
the crossover.
rules. It's just right.
Thank you guys for supporting me. I thought you guys would be against me. I thought you'd be like, stop eating.
No, come on. We're the original show that got chastised for eating on the air. What's just this Taste Test Wednesday? Oh, it is the sound of you guys smacking your lips on the air. Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's what
why
eating
it's called
is.
Taste Test Wednesday.
Steve says, what's an equivalent of Westworld that we could keep making references to? Oh, sorry, that was a two guys, a girl, and a pizza place reference.
Sorry, that went way over you guys' head. My bad. That was a reference to what's like an old, like a regular season football game or something like that.
yeah.
That was a reference to
I'm
like
happy.
week 12 game in 1998 between the Jaguars and the
I want to
Patriots.
start doing this. That's a little
I mean,
reminiscent of
to
that
be
Nebraska Maine game in 05.
You guys do kind of already do that to me.
Actually, yeah, you know what? We do. That's true.
I think I'm allowed to have this.
I guess that's true. I do like making references to random football games.
And then
that
talk
nobody
about
else.
what you ate.
I do like doing
But it
that.
was so teed up. You had a chance for a really, really good one.
Mhm.
And you used it on Westworld. Now the opportunity's gone.
Sorry, Nick.
That's fine.
It's
Mm.
over.
Happer, I got a take on something. That hoodie.
I know.
That hoodie.
I'm testing it out.
It's the Scott Frost. I don't like. What's
don't
up with that?
What's wrong with the hoodie?
Is the new skyscraper?
It has
on there?
look. His neck is.
I don't know what
Oh.
I don't know why they started doing these style of hoodies. They gave me one,
I think
and
my Dolphins one
Otherwise,
is like
it's
that.
a cool looking hoodie.
My Dolphins hood is
Yeah.
like that. I think.
but
Looks
it's the
comfy.
neck where.
Yeah, I don't like the neck thing.
What's up with that?
You look like a spaceman.
Maybe
I
they
do.
maybe they did that. To,
I'm just missing my
One
little.
small step for man.
If you put the tube over me, I would be
the tube.
What?
It's called a helmet.
the glass helmet over me.
Patrick Mahomes on the sidelines. Where's my tube?
The tube.
remember when Mahomes' tube broke when they played the
I
Dolphins?
do remember that. That's a good reference, Nick.
I'm not sure why they do it like this.
Is it to keep the neck a bit protected?
It's like
from
a
the cold?
scarf.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like a scarf. It's
built-in scarf.
It does look
Yeah.
cozy.
I'm very cozy.
Yeah, you look comfy and Are
I
you
mean,
wearing
ho-
that tonight?
No,
Mm.
I have a different thing
Okay.
that I'm gonna wear. This is like my warm up jacket.
Nice. That's awesome, man. What a life you
Well,
lead.
because I get stinky during the daytime, so I had to bring a second shirt.
Yeah, sure. I understand.
I get stinky during the daytime.
I mean, all you do is sit in this office. Imagine
That's
if you had a
true.
real job.
That's true. I'd be really stinky at that point.
Yeah.
Also, I do, just in case I spill something on myself.
Yeah.
I like to bring a second shirt.
Yeah. Wait, you do this every day?
No, just
when you have Jays?
Yeah.
Okay. Jays.
A second shirt is
when I'm on TV and I say "goo."
You wake up
when
and
you're
you
being
say
an
Jays.
influencer.
When
See?
Happer wakes up and sees a text that
What-
says Jace.
What you should be
Yeah.
noticing about this is there's no stains on my shirt.
Excellent. It looks very
That's good.
clean.
What has been dinner recently? Because I don't get a chance to imbibe.
Last time it was our taco, and
Oh man, that was so good when we had it the last
the
time.
time before that, I think it was Godfather's.
Do it.
Okay.
I don't
This
know when
whole new
I don't know when
food-
Manja comes back up again, but I'm ready
crazy.
for it.
It's crazy how different the food scene is. When I
Yeah.
did the last soccer match I did, I showed up and it was like, "What's for dinner? Is it pizza?" And they were like, "No, it's Raising Cane's." And I
Oh.
said, "What?"
Hell yeah.
I wish they had an air fryer so I could have crisped it up a little bit, but otherwise, pretty happy.
Well, you haven't been to a basketball game.
No, tomorrow's my first time
The food is a little different now.
at the women's games. Or are they
Not
doing-
at the women's games.
Oh,
At the-
I heard about the men's games. How it's like on the 800th floor.
Oh, you're all getting
Well, it's up
caviar
here.
now.
It's
Caviar
up here on the
champagne.
prison level.
It's right next to John's jail cell.
Why'd they
Yeah.
move it up
Cool.
there? Why'd they move it up to the prison?
Because they made the downstairs area for the hoity-toities.
Ah.
Mhm.
John's,
and the new
John's
media
new
room is
besties.
too small to eat in.
Yeah.
It's just enough to sit and process photography and get your notes. And
Hmm.
I do like the fact that there is a bathroom in there. So
Me too.
It does make it kind of easy.
Wait, there's a bathroom where you eat?
No.
Oh.
No,
That's the point. There's a bathroom not
in
where
the
you eat.
new
Oh, I see. Okay, that's
in the new media room.
nice.
Yeah.
Asian Joe says, but when will they cater all thighs from Popeyes? Have you driven by the Popeyes yet out by us?
No.
They got the logo on it now. It's
Okay.
slapped on the side. We're getting
Wait,
close.
they have the logo on it now. When did they start building this thing? About 4 years ago?
Like a month ago, John.
I rest my No, they did not.
You've been
I
talking
rest my
about this for a
case.
while.
It's been a few months
Yeah,
since
we
they
were
started. This is a city problem. You can't blame Popeyes for the city. They probably have codes. And
So-
there's a nail.
You know the
Oh,
McDonald's-
here's Josh blaming big lib government.
You know
Oh,
the
yeah.
McDonald's on 72nd and Blondo?
No. Oh, yes.
That went up in like 3 weeks.
Yeah, well, that's McDonald's.
How come
Popeyes,
Popeyes
you gotta
can't go
get
up in
it.
3
You
weeks?
got to get it right.
I bet the McDonald's with the tiny baby sign that I was talking about on 84th Street in Lincoln, I bet it got constructed inside the window that they're still building this Popeyes.
Yeah, it probably could blow over though.
No, it won't.
It's like
blow
the house in
over.
Arrested Development.
All the McDonald's are built improperly.
Yeah.
Popeyes, they do it right.
Correct.
There's also
Yeah.
the hub of all entertainment and food and everything is going to be now 180th and Maple. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Well, I know
Really? What's
cross train.
going on?
What else is going on?
Everything is out there. I mean, the Popeyes is going to be right in that territory.
It will be over there.
There is that new.
There's Costco, of
yeah,
course, out
Costco's
there.
There is the new coffee.
Coffee.
What's this?
Coffee.
Seven brew. 6 7 brew. Nick, you know about 7 brew. The children love it.
Do
Oh,
I?
what do you tell us about
It's
it?
an
Nick?
influencer coffee.
Is that the place that's in Lincoln? Are there a couple in Lincoln?
I'm sure.
I've never heard of it, so I
I've
can't
also
say
never
it.
heard
Type
of this
in
place.
7 brew influencer coffee.
Influencer.
If it's the place in Lincoln that I saw a couple weeks ago, that looked like a Raising Cane's on Dodge line at 2 a.m.
That's what I'm talking about. That's 180th and Maple.
Oh,
Where
I've
was
seen
that?
this logo. 7 Brew drive-through coffee. Come for the teas. Come again for the people.
I thought for some reason it was going to be come for the teas,
Wow.
come for the peas.
Nice.
Where was this coffee place in Lincoln you were talking about, Nick?
Apparently, there's 4
I
of them.
don't know. I don't know Lincoln well enough to be able to
Well,
Is it
tell
the
you.
one that's like
When were you in
downtown that all the
Lincoln?
college kids go to? You talking about that place?
Was this downtown or
I'm trying to think of what street. It was on the way downtown. It was one of the major streets.
I'll tell you, John.
like 27th?
I know about Googling.
No, it was a lettered street.
Is he talking
O
about
Street?
what's it?
Yeah, I think it was on O.
There's 2 on O.
What
Yeah.
about the one down in the Haymarket? Is he talking about that?
Talk about the mill.
No,
Yeah.
That's the
no,
mill.
Was it
it
the
wasn't the
mill?
mill. We
Okay.
were on O Street.
Okay.
I think
All right,
that's
so there's a 7 brew on 56 and Vine, and there's a 7 brew on looks like pretty close to downtown, like something and
Steve says, let's make a coffee shop called 8 Brew. Put them out of business.
influencers,
what about
man.
6 Brew?
And then there's one in probably kind of your area, town, John, and then there's one close to the hospital.
So we're getting one of
Man,
those
I've
out
never
by
heard
us.
of this.
7 Brew. Yeah.
And then
Never heard of it.
we're getting cross train.
And there's cross train. There's already Chipotle and Qdoba, and like
There's a burger place that I think already closed.
it's gone. The burger detours are gone.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never went. Did you ever go?
I never went.
I also never went.
Yeah.
Never went. But yeah, there's so much going on. Several car washes,
Well, of
things like that.
Oh,
This,
it wouldn't be Omaha without a billion.
one car wash
washes.
per person. That's the Omaha dream.
this is the hub of everything.
Wow.
And Popeyes joins right in the middle of it.
Is this going to be the
In
new
another year.
No, it'll be in like a month, John. Is this the new 72nd and Dodge? When Nebraska has their next big game, are we going to 180th and Maple?
That's right. Put it on the board.
Let's
We're
do
all
it.
going to 180th and Maple.
No, you just want to go because it's near you.
It would be easy for me.
It'd be easy for me. It'd be
Yeah.
easy for Josh. It'd be easy for Mike Schaefer.
I hope when cross train is done that they say, "Hey, want to come do a remote at 180th and Maple?" I'll say,
Oh!
"I will walk there."
that would be awesome.
would
you
be
can
so
you can
close.
take your little runs there.
I really
You
could.
can joggy,
This
jog.
sounds amazing.
Wow.
I can't wait.
Must be nice.
But a great question from Asian Joe says
What up,
that's,
Joe?
or he says that's why there's so many stoplights along West Maple.
You had to take recently Maple.
The worst street in America.
It's
Yeah.
terrible.
See,
Yeah.
that's why anytime we do remotes out that way, it's like, I always think it's going to be shorter for me, and it ends up being the same length of time
Yeah, it's impossible
to get home. It's easier to get home from 50th and Dodge than it is from
100%.
many places in West Oak.
So
That's
I need
absolutely
another
accurate.
interstate.
We need interstate to
Yes.
go over 204th Street and connect the north side of town to the
Do
south
it.
side of town.
well,
Make
it's going
it
to have
happen.
to. It's going to have to be built further west of
240th Street.
Yeah, do it whatever
That's
street you want.
basically
Just
El
Cut
Camino.
across and then let's get to Lincoln faster.
make it connect to 180th and Maple.
That would be so bad.
So I actually. So I used to
flying
live,
cars.
I used to live up 108th and Maple.
Yeah.
I hated doing remotes on Maple because it felt so close to my apartment.
Yeah.
But it's like I have to go come here, go to work, then go over there, but also for work. But I can see my apartment from here, then come back, and then
Yeah.
go back. It's
Yeah.
just the same route 5 times.
That's why I'm
a
sad
day.
we don't do remotes at what was the place that we would go to?
Ice House?
No, a little. Wow.
It's my favorite.
Did you
sports
guys go to
bar.
Ice House?
Kevin and Michael did way back in the day.
That's when the show used to be good.
it
I
was
remember
the
that.
Should go back
dog.
to Ice
The
House.
dog. What's the something dog?
Doghouse.
Doghouse. Gosh, if we still went there, it's like a 5-minute drive from where I live. Meanwhile, I lived in Blackstone the last time we did a remote there, so it took me 40 minutes.
That's only 5 minutes from you now.
Pretty much.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really close.
You are out there.
Oh yeah.
Stibbs is pining for Blondo. He's saying Blondo is actually the best.
Blondo's pretty good.
Wow.
Team
interesting.
Blondo.
I don't like Blondo much past 144th.
The only thing that's
Because it goes
missing
into
about
one lane.
the only thing that's missing about Blondo is it doesn't have an interstate interchange. Doesn't have an exit.
No, it's
Blondo
true.
has the Phoenix, which I'm a fan of.
Great hot
Sometimes
dogs.
you can find local sports
Excellent.
personalities there.
You can
Mm.
chopping it up. They have really good buffalo sauce too, and wings.
What did I get that one time there? And
You got something complicated. Was it the
well,
mushroom
I was
something or
it
other?
was it was the fried mushrooms.
And
I
you were
think.
you were like, I
And
should
I
have
was-
gotten something else.
Yeah, I should have got like real food. And then the next
Yeah.
time I got a French dip. I think.
Yeah.
and that was
I think last time I went there, I got a pork tenderloin. Good.
it's like the size of your head.
Hey, I give that place a thumbs up.
That place is good.
Yeah, thumbs up. We had a work party there one time.
We
did?
did.
I saw Damon Benning there.
He worked here at the time.
Oh, he did.
Oh wait, maybe he didn't.
He might have just left or was just about
Ah,
to leave.
Either way, we're always cool with Dave.
Damon, we miss you. Hope that you're doing well. One more before we go to break. Oh, I guess it's only 2:21. We got time. But Dan says, Happer hearing about the moon landing.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't ready on the drop button yet. We landed on the moon.
Also, Happer hearing about the Challenger explosion.
Damn it! I just went off the face.
Same face.
Happer when he's watching Jurassic Park and doesn't see any tornadoes.
That's good, Nick. That's very well played.
You know, if we would have landed on the moon today instead of in 1969,
Nice.
Nice.
would Nick Castellanos have homered?
Oh, wow. What a question.
Who's the Nick
John.
Castellanos of 1969?
Wow, that's a
Well,
good question.
okay, that is actually a good point.
Whoa.
That is the date. Correct me if I'm wrong.
gotta
I could be wrong on this one, but the only career home run by I think it was Gaylord Perry.
What day of the what day of the year was
July.
July 20th,
20th.
1969.
Nice.
I want to say that was the day that Gaylord Perry, the pitcher, hit his only home run, and there was some kind of reference about, you'll never hit a home run unless they land a man on the moon, and he happened to hit a home run.
Wow. Who did
the
Gaylord
mythology
Perry
from baseball.
play for at
Back
the time?
then, he pitched for I think it was the Giants.
Okay, I'm going to find it.
Gaylord.
Because I seem to remember
Perry.
telling
Gaylord
that
Perry
story.
was the winning pitcher that day.
Yeah.
Did
So,
he hit a homer?
But let's find out.
Isn't it
if
nuts that you can look up the box score from
It's amazing.
a game in 1969?
Incredible sport.
Gaylord Perry had a hit that day, and it was a home run.
Incredible.
John Bishop. Great fact. Not a Nick fact at
John
all.
Bishop
Now,
fact.
well,
Yeah, okay,
do we
so
know
here's
if
the
it's
quote.
an actual fact? Do we? Okay.
Yes, it is.
The
It is an
quote.
actual fact. Here is the MLB.com story from 2022.
Dang, the internet was around in 69?
Oh man, Dad had an 80.
It's all
7.
written by AI.
I see.
During his tenure as Giants manager, Alvin Dark declared that a man would land on the moon before Perry, with his flawed swing, could hit a home run.
Whoa, boom roasted.
And so did it happen that way, or did he hit a home run first?
Let's see.
What time of the day did we land on the
Though
moon?
Neil Armstrong didn't set foot on the lunar surface until 7:56 p.m. Pacific time, he and fellow astronaut Buzz Aldrin touched down in their module at 1:17. Because the game began at 1 p.m., the landing preceded Perry's third inning at bat. So they had landed the capsule
Wow.
on the moon,
Amazing.
and Perry hits the home run.
But
a
nobody
few minutes
walked on the
later.
moon until 7:00.
Yeah, they didn't get out of the capsule until several hours later.
You don't
but
get incredible stories like this in any other sport. It builds its own mythology.
Wait.
It does.
So, but how crazy is that? Those dudes get to the moon and then they have to sit in the friggin' thing for
I mean,
6 hours.
You got to
Yeah.
prep and
What
make sure
the-
you're not going to die when you
I'd
go
be
out there.
pissed. I'd be like, I'm right next to this moon. It'd be like sitting on the tarmac for 6 hours.
Oh, that's terrible.
It was.
The tarmac isn't the moon.
That's terrible. Wait,
it kind of is though in this situation. The tarmac is the moon.
They've never been there before. They got to prep. They got.
Well, what if I'm
make
going
sure
to a
they're
new
good.
city? I want to go to Seattle, and then
Seattle
I
isn't the moon.
I finally go to Seattle, and then I land. The plane lands, and they're like, "You have to stay on this plane for 6 hours." I'd be pissed.
There's
I'd be
oxygen
triggered.
in Seattle.
Amber, this is a good take.
I'd be pissed.
Is there
I don't think
oxygen
this
in
is a good
Seattle?
take.
Is there
For
oxygen
sure.
You
in
just
Seattle?
love space so much that you'd rather sit in space for 6 hours than here.
I mean, I'd like to sit in space for 6 hours. That'd be cool.
No,
but
well,
you
I
gotta
mean,
it would
be
be
prepping.
stupid. You
There's
wouldn't wanna walk on
prepping
the
things that they
moon.
had to do and get ready before they went out there. They weren't just like,
What are they,
"All
radio
right,
hosts?
let's hang out."
I'm pretty sure they orbited the moon for a day before they even landed it.
Ah, that's horrible.
It's
get to
part of the
look at 'em.
process, Happer.
What are
It's
they, Nick
embarrassing.
You
Saban?
got to build. Hey, listen, this is like the original Stranger Things. You got to build up the drama.
Now
Walter
that is how
Cronkite had
it's
to
done.
fill. Walter Cronkite had to fill 7 hours before Neil Armstrong actually got out of the capsule.
That is crazy. So that news was just on for 6 hours. Like, yep, they're still there. Maybe
you
they're getting out
imagine-
soon.
Could you imagine a network that just played the news for that long?
I literally cannot.
John, do you remember this day at all?
wasn't born.
-2.
I wasn't born until 71.
Okay, I didn't know how old you were, so I
It
should
says
have.
it in his Twitter handle.
I should have asked that more politely. I apologize, but we got to talk to somebody who,
Can't walk him out. He joins us Friday.
like, were they watching the live thing for 7 straight hours
That-
while they just sat in the damn capsule doing jack nothing?
Well, it
That
wouldn't
is
have even
incredible.
been live because there's a delay. There was a delay.
Yeah, what, like a minute or two?
I think it might have been a little
Actually,
more
there
than
was probably less of a delay coming back from the moon than there is when you're watching live streaming sports.
Hey, if you guys, speaking of live streaming sports, how about this from Major League Baseball?
How about this?
They have formed a new 3-year media rights agreement with Netflix, NBC Universal, and ESPN.
Yeah, Jeremy Schaap. Yes.
The agreement, which covers the rights for the 26th through 28th seasons, marked the return of NBC to regularly air Major League Baseball games, expand Netflix's engagement with Major League Baseball from documentaries to live baseball event.
Yeah, I heard the
coverage.
Home Run Derby is going to be on Netflix.
Okay,
Yeah,
and
the All-Star game too, right?
and ESPN is going to stay there as well.
I don't think the All Star game.
Wow.
That would
Just
be
the
a
Derby.
lot.
No, the All-Star Game's on Fox. The Home Run Derby is moving to Netflix.
Oh, so this is, did I miss this news earlier?
Well,
we knew
I
the
just heard about
Netflix-
it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
knew the
it's been
Netflix
out.
thing.
Okay.
It's been out.
I don't have Twitter anymore.
But
so I
shout out,
haven't seen
hey,
it.
shout out to
But the-
NBC though. NBC rocks.
Dude, their
I'm team
HD,
NBC.
their HD is great.
It looks great. They're trying at things.
They
They're
do.
doing things. They have good broadcasters generally.
I'm a fan.
I'm with them.
I'm a fan of all those
Yes.
things.
I hope they bring back all the NBC things from my youth.
One more.
Love Saturday afternoon baseball.
Happer, before you leave, John writes 204th is worse than West Maple.
It is. They're both absolutely horrible.
I hate when people are like, let's go to Lincoln and they want to take 204th.
Well, it's the part of town that you live in, you don't really have a choice.
I do Dodge. I do Dodge to the interstate. It feels faster.
It feels faster.
I think it is faster.
It might be.
It's more mileage, but it definitely isn't as slow. I hate driving to Nebraska Crossing from that direction.
It's so bad, man. Because
there's a lot of lights, and then you actually get into Gretna and you have to slow down.
Yeah.
You're looking around for Mitch Sherman. You want to wave at him. Hey, Mitch, how are you?
There's a couple gas stations, though. You can stop at gas stations.
There's a disc golf course over there.
You're saying things that I don't need.
Go play some disc golf.
Gas stations. Wait, it's crazy for me to go to Dodge? Really?
I don't think it's crazy. People do it.
Let's have a contest.
I wouldn't do it because I don't believe in backtracking.
Yeah, even though if it would take the same amount of time, you don't want it to feel faster.
No, I think it feels faster by going the shorter distance.
Even though it literally is the same amount of time?
Correct.
Wow, that's wild.
I don't like backtracking. I don't like going backwards to go forwards.
All right. I mean, sometimes you got to do that.
You got to turn right to turn left.
I know.
Creighton right now taking a bit of a step back, but they're hoping to move forward this year.
Yeah, but I wish they wouldn't have taken a step back.
They had to. Sorry. Guy got hurt in the offseason.
But you don't have to take Dodge. You could just take 204.
But then I'd be mad and I would yell at cars the whole time. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. All right.
All right.
Good job,
Well,
everybody.
there you go. That is the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Hey, what's the best time for me to interrupt your show today?
Oh, anytime.
Okay. Cool.
Anytime's a good time for drinking.
Anytime's a good time for drinking.
All right. Well,
that's right. That used to be the OG catchphrase for One Beer Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime's a good time for drinking.
Heck yeah.
All right. Yeah, you know where I am.
I do.
Jail.
I'll be seeing you soon, John.
Up in my cell.
Show people your glass window to your right. That's where.
Is that where Jimmy Allen will be?
That's the one to the left.
Jimmy Allen.
I'll be creeping weirdly in that window in probably 30 minutes.
Why do they need glass windows on the sides there? Why do you need to see the other broadcast?
Because those are the windows that were originally intended for TD Ameritrade Park / Charles Schwab Field, so we could actually see out the corner and look at the scoreboard.
Gotcha.
But now they
used to be
built a new
hockey
scoreboard,
broadcasters
so
up there.
why not?
There used to be, so you would tape the stuff, but you could still see, what you need to see.
Absolute pain.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, pain.
Bye.
We'll be back with the Grum on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Boys Town Ear, Nose, and Throat Weather Center and KTV News Watch 7.
Sean Callahan breaks down the UCLA game and previews the Penn State game. Thursday at Holy Ghost Church. Doors open at 5. Program starts at 7, and it's only $10 for adults, 5 for children. Sponsored by Jones Barrel Company and Beer City.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
What'll we do without Dayton?
Wow.
That's actually a promotional song for the city of Dayton, Ohio.
Oh, that's exciting.
What would we do without? No, I'm just making it up.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Go right over there, Nick.
What happened to Nick?
He's not using one of his hands.
I got cheese popcorn all over my fingers, and I'm not trying to touch anything.
Show it to the
Wow.
camera, Nick.
Are you good Lord?
Yeah,
I look
it's
over
bad.
John, and he's like, he looked like you after your broken arm. He's using his one hand to do everything, and he was listening to a commercial. I was very confused.
I didn't think it through before I ate the cheesy popcorn, so now I've got gross fingers.
Yeah, go wash your hands, Nick. You know
Yeah,
what? Go
good
wash.
That's
your
fine. I have permission.
Yeah.
Just an
gonna go do
amateur
that.
move. Why don't you just like it's in a bag, right? You just dump.
It wasn't in a bag. It was on the table or something.
Well,
I don't know.
that's another
Table
problem,
popcorn, Nick. Really? All right, he's gone. John, say what you've always wanted to say about him. Say it right now.
Well, I was gonna say I could just curse up a blue streak and just blame Nick.
Oh my gosh! And
He
then
wasn't
we
here to
could,
push the delay.
we could
button.
tell our bosses it was Nick's fault.
It was Nick's fault.
Ah, sorry, I said the F word. It
I
was
was
Nick's.
so-
Oh, he's
I
back.
was so. I
Oh,
was
it's
so.
Happer.
I was so verklempt and I was so distraught that Dayton Raiola decommitted that I just went into an F-bomb explicative rant about how no one's loyal to anybody anymore and how could he do this to us. But
His headphones look
Alas-
broken.
alas, Connor is now here. Yeah, but would Connor know to even know what button the delay is if he had to push it?
Did you guys see Westworld?
Good job, Happer. Also, it's
frickin'
weird seeing
show's
you on the
already off
screen
the
in that
rails.
angle. The background looked weird for you. That's not the Happer that I know.
Yeah.
Wow. Bye-bye. That was
Very
funny.
unfamiliar.
It was on a coffee filter, by the way, not just the table. I wasn't raw dogging table
Oh,
popcorn.
okay. I didn't know.
My goodness. Well,
Oh, that was funny.
ladies and germs, welcome to the Grum, powered by
Mm.
Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people.
Good to be back.
Hello.
I am back in the jail cell here at CHI Health Center,
Whoop, whoop.
where I will be paroled later tonight for Creighton basketball
Yeah, we'll see about that.
against North Dakota. Airtime 6 o'clock. Tip off 7:02.
Ooh. On
I once got-
ESPN
I once
Plus.
I once got chastised.
Uh-oh.
This was back in my KLIN days. Someone called
Mm.
and said, "What's the kickoff time?"
Uh-oh.
And I said, "It's 2:30." Well, it was actually 2:37. And
Oh,
the person
my
called back the
gosh.
following week and said, "You lied to me. The kickoff time is actually 2:37." I said, "I don't care."
Yeah. Hey, no, that's tomorrow.
Freaking 2:30.
That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow, John. We'll do that tomorrow.
Freaking 2:30.
Mm.
The Grum Down, powered by the referees at John Higgins Weather Car.
Mm-hmm.
Raiola gone.
Oh,
no,
no.
not that one. The other one.
Donnie? Donnie is gone?
No, the other one.
Dayton?
Hudson Greer's red shirt. Gone.
Wow, everything's gone today.
Sad.
But here
Yeah?
to talk about that and tonight's game, John Walker of Omaha.com.
Wait, he's talking about Dayton? Whoa. I can't wait to hear his takes.
Michigan. Gone. No, not yet, but they talk like it.
Gone from what? The Big Ten?
Head to head. Gone. This one feels kind of true.
Okay.
Mitch Holtis. Chiefs AFC West hopes gone? Question mark?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Fired up for football. Good football this weekend, at least on Saturday. Gone?
Yeah, you just reminded me. I forgot to send you my grades, John. I'll get that to you.
Too late. They've already been submitted.
What? You're going to lie about my grade. I guess I did that last week. I said that John gave the week C minuses because the Rams weren't on locally.
You're getting all zeros.
It is fired up for football and dumb debates Wednesday. Get in your dumb debates now. JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. Please use the hashtag dumb debates because it makes it easier for us to find them. Also, you can email your dumb debates into the Equitable Bank inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
Awesome.
John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. Got a couple into the email inbox earlier this week. And yeah, you can send them to us anytime because we archive them.
Oh, yeah.
So it doesn't just have to be day of. Send it to us, and I keep a file. I got a file. I got things. I got files.
Files and things.
And today is the one where we talk about adult cheerleading.
Whoa.
Yeah.
On the radio?
On the radio.
Where else would we talk about it?
Adult cheerleading? I didn't know we were allowed to do that.
I cheer you on all the time, Josh.
Well, I mean,
we were in Boston. I cheered you on.
Oh, thank you, Nick.
Josh, we reviewed a movie last week where a woman's flower
That's
turned
true.
into a man-eating item and cut off a certain thing.
I am proud of us for how Nick lost his mind at one point, but I'm happy with how we handled the discussion. I thought we were very mature about it. Though John going plot point by plot
John
point
has never gone that in-depth into a movie.
It was so
ever.
weird. He's like, let me just give you every scene that happened.
That weird.
It was, because
really
you've
never done it.
Yeah, you've literally never done that before.
It is not weird.
Okay.
Not weird at all.
Okay.
Well, I only wanted to do it now that I realized Nick stopped halfway through.
Yeah.
I figured I better just.
He didn't even upload that segment to YouTube.
Yeah, what's up with that?
He literally told me one time. I said, "Hey, did you upload the we had some really good interview?" I was like, "Did you put the interview on YouTube?" He's like, "No, we always do Movie Club." Apparently not anymore.
Apparently we don't always do Movie Club, don't we?
I wouldn't have been able to monetize that one.
Really?
Yeah, actually, I would not have been able to.
Interesting.
Why? We didn't.
Because of YouTube's policies, John. I don't know what to tell you.
Nick said a word in there that wouldn't have allowed it to get monetized.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the word you said. You said it a lot. You said it like 5 times in 2 sentences last week. Yeah. Starts with an R, John.
I don't know what word it was.
All right.
Anyway, so Dayton.
He gone.
So I had to make sure I double checked. Because the first thing you see is the typical on 3 splashy headline.
What did it say? I don't even remember now.
It said breaking news.
Okay, because it was the Hayes Fawcett situation, right?
Yeah, so it wasn't a pithy one-word thing. It was just breaking news. But they did use the photo of Matt Rule sitting on a steer, posing with
that was the best part.
Dayton Raiola.
That was the best part.
That, ladies and gentlemen, represents the one and only memory of the Dayton Raiola era at Nebraska. He took a picture in uniform next to the head coach who was sitting on a cow.
He did indeed do that. And now he is no longer going to Nebraska.
He is no longer going to Nebraska. Speaking of that, I did put up a poll question on our JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. In fact, I'm going to hit the retweet button right now just so it repopulates at the top of the page. Now that Dayton has decommitted, and it's, by the way, just 2 weeks shy of signing day, do you believe this is a telling sign into the future of the Dillon versus TJ quarterback situation that is developing in Lincoln? Your options are yes, no, or maybe a little. This is a very even vote. Very even vote.
Yeah, I just literally was looking at the responses, and I don't know if we've ever seen one with 3 options that is as closely tied together as this one is.
Now, technically, 2 of the answers are in the same neighborhood because one is yes and the other one is maybe a little.
Yeah.
But of the 3 options, 38% say no, 32% say yes, and 31% say maybe a little. And that's where it sits right now. I don't know how they can't be interconnected in some way. It's just to what degree.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
The question, is, of course, mean, I guess I'll put it to you this way, John. Is the answer to whatever happens next so obvious that we are ignoring it for the sake of trying to not put as much meaning on this decommitment as there could be? I don't know if I made any sense to you whatsoever.
You said a lot of words.
That was a lot of words. Basically, it's this. I think a lot of people saw the news today and thought, well, that's it. Dylan Raiola also will leave. The reason Dayton is coming is because he knows his brother is going to leave Nebraska, right, John? Like, that is where a lot of people's minds went. And very quickly you get whether I don't want to call it even pushback, but I debated it amongst myself. Does this mean anything with Dylan? And you can certainly make an argument it doesn't. He's his own person, right? This is his decision.
Sure.
Why does it have to be about his brother? It doesn't have to. And yet, given the family that we are discussing,
Correct.
there is like this level of it is so obvious that perhaps, let's not ignore the obviousness. The way that I described it this morning was that this decommitment is at times the least and most consequential quarterback decision that I have seen since I've been following Nebraska. It's the least consequential decision because I didn't really know what type of impact he was going to be able to have on the team anyway. I don't think that he was going to be a player, that was going to be like a multi-year starter. Part of it is just the type of quarterback that I think that he is, or that I think he can be at the next level. But of course it could be very consequential if his brother leaves, and what that would say. So like, I do think that I think it's possible certainly to view this and say it's one guy, it's one player, it's one move being made. Don't look at anything else into it. On the other hand, you could definitely tell me that there's a lot going on here.
Now, this is one of those situations where people are going to paint you into one of two corners. You're either a pessimist or you're an optimist. And if you're a pessimist, you're thinking that way. You're thinking that this is all part of some grand conspiracy and that it's a bad thing, and people are chasing away the Raiolas, or the Raiolas are doing something, to mess with Nebraska. Then you have the optimists who are like, why does everything have to be so negative?
Bingo.
Why can't this person? And so no matter which side you take, you're going to be painted into one of those corners. But many things can be true at the same time. Yes, he is his own person, but also the family dynamic. We know the family dynamic. We know how close they are. We know that Uncle Don, one of the main reasons he was brought here was because of the connection to Dylan. Would he as a former assistant line, the assistant to the offensive assistant line coach, would be hired at a Power 4 school like Nebraska if he wasn't taught? I mean, and I'm not saying this because I'm discrediting Donovan Raiola as an offensive line coach.
But it's a valid question to ask.
But I mean, let's face it, that was done in part to kind of strengthen the ties and make it more possible or probable that Dylan would commit here. Now, obviously, it didn't happen under the coach who hired Donovan Raiola.
That was Scott Frost.
Because of things he was doing. But you have that dynamic at play. You have the dynamic at play that last off season, there were rumblings that, he was being shopped around. And that maybe, they were looking for a bigger offer, and maybe the same thing's happening here as well, given the circumstances. Yes, it's also true. You've got TJ Lateef, who is the current starter because of injury, and you have Trey Turner, who is in the 2 classes from now, who are in the queue. And so there's going to be a logjam at quarterback. They all can't start. That's true as well.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different things that can be true here, but I think it would be ignorant, just given the circumstantial evidence that we have, to suggest that there isn't the possibility that there might be a tell here in terms of what's going to happen over the next few weeks.
I could not agree with you more, John. I could not agree with you more. Steve, text into the show.
It doesn't mean the tell is true. Just
Correct.
Like when people play poker, you have a tell, that means you're holding a great hand, and then they find out that you've been bluffed. but it can still be a tell.
Yeah, Steve texts in, it is okay to say that Dylan is leaving. It is okay to be dubious of the Rayolas as a whole. It is okay to want Donnie to leave. It is okay to rethink your loyalties to Dominic. That's what Steve says. It is certainly okay, I think, to view this from either perspective. I don't, sometimes, John, we like to zig when everybody is zagging, right? To like, hey, I'm going to be a bit of a contrarian here for the sake of being a contrarian. Like, I think that there are some that want to do that with this move for whatever is next, because again, they are two separate people. But at the very least, I think it's going to matter. I think that this can be a bit of a tell. Like you said, it doesn't have to mean that, he is leaving for sure, but it also would not shock me if, at some point over the next, month and a half, we find out that very thing is happening. It would not shock me one iota.
What are your thoughts? 402-951-1620. We'll have some room for you on the other side. And I guess it was coincidental. It's more coincidental than anything else, but maybe it's fortuitous. We did have a graph. I wanted to show a graph yesterday during the Grum regarding Dylan and how well he has played this season.
Okay.
That we can get into as part of this entire conversation, because there's also another conversation that can be had, and that is, have people around here turned on Dylan too soon? Have they gotten so backup quarterback / TJ pilled that they're so happy with the new car smell that they're willing to dismiss the new car, the one-time new car that they had, that they were the most excited about, and that they're too quick to just throw out, oh, he's trash, he's garbage, we like what we have, it's brand
new. Time to move on. Yeah, for sure.
402-951-1620. We can get into all of that and more today on the Grum here on 1620 The Zone.
There's no championship league for small business owners, but if there was, you'd be at the top of the standings. Because going pro with Lenovo Pro means you've got the winning formation, one-on-one advice, IT solutions,
1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg. You're home for Creighton basketball tonight, 6 o'clock pregame with Austin Jacobs. And that show is only on The Zone, but starting at 6:30, we start the simulcast with 1019 The Keg for all the play-by-play against North Dakota. It's the final tune-up before the trip to Las Vegas early next week. And don't forget, next week's going to be a really wonky week here on the show because Creighton's playing Baylor at 1 o'clock Omaha time on Monday, and then Iowa State Tuesday at 1:30 Omaha time. So the Grum will be a little shorter than usual.
Bummer,
and then we don't know about Wednesday.
Week? That sucks.
We don't know about Wednesday yet because they haven't determined the games yet because it depends on how the team does Monday and Tuesday. So just be on alert next week. Things will be a little different here on the program, and it's a short week because it's Thanksgiving, and we don't work on Thanksgiving.
Behringer fan, always triggered when recruiting comes up, says, hopefully that ends the recruiting talk. According to the 24/7 honks, anyone who commits is the best recruit ever, and anyone who leaves we didn't want in the first place. I don't know what era of the internet Behringer fan is existing in to think that way, John. We never talk about recruiting, and we are certainly not breaking down the Dayton Raiola decommitment from the what does it mean to no longer have him on the roster perspective as him and his person.
Correct.
Also, I never understand this. Like, I don't think BC and Brunson, Schaefer before them, I think they've been very realistic about the type of quarterback.
First of all,
what are we
this
talking
year's,
about here?
as we established yesterday with Bruns, this year's incoming high school recruiting class is going to be probably the smallest it's ever been. It's more about what the transfer portal is going to be like this year, just based on the fact that Nebraska's had one of the youngest teams in the Power Four this season with all the, freshmen, redshirt freshmen, sophomores, redshirt sophomores that are on the roster. This was always going to be a small class. The focus was going to be, in terms of the 4-year class, the 27 class.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, honestly, if Dayton Raiola's name were anything but Dayton Raiola, let's say it was Eric Smith, same accolades, same quarterback, but he's just Eric Smith. Would we be talking about it as much? Probably not.
Of course not.
We'd probably be discussing it from the angle of, they do have a logjam at quarterback right now. Technically, for the moment, they've got, 2 guys in the queue this year, and presumably you could have them for the next 2 years with Dylan and TJ. Then you've got a 27 quarterback committed by the name of Trey Turner, who you're very high on.
Trey Taylor.
Trey Taylor. Trey
Turner's a baseball player, right?
Yes.
Baseball.
Trey Taylor that you're very high on.
Yep.
And so I guess if there was a quarterback to lose,
this would be the one.
Not necessarily judging side by side, I like this guy better than this guy, but just by a sheer number crunch, this would have been the one to lose, the one in 26. Now, if you want to pour through the tape and you want to compare Dayton Raiola to, Trey Taylor, sure, we could, but let's face it, the timing of this, the relationship to the current starting quarterback, or at least the former starting quarterback because of injury, and the family dynamic and all of those things, that herein lies the story. That's where the conversation is. And the conversation gets a little more interesting. I don't know if you heard this today, but on SIP's radio show in Lincoln, Sean Callahan, SIP's boss, at Husker 20, or excuse me, at Husker on 3, Husker Online, made a couple of interesting comments, and that was that and Dayton was expected to be, he is eligible to be an early enrollee. So this is
late. This is really late in the game.
So he is, I presume the timetable for him is till to sign in 2 weeks when the early signing period happens, thus to take advantage wherever he goes of his early enrollee status. Because if he waits until, February, then, he's, I would think, technically not able to start school. I suppose he could enroll at the new school without signing. Anyone can enroll. He's a private student, does what he wants. But the presumption is because he has early enrollee status that he would want to get in as soon as possible to whatever school he goes to. But that the other comment was, and this was something Sean said was confirmed to him by Dominic, was Dayton was going to participate in bowl practices. Remember, incoming early enrollees can practice with the team during the bowl season because, it takes place after the semester. So that was the plan. That Dayton was going to enroll early. And he was going to participate. He was going to get a head start on his spring football.
So again, that is quite a late decision then to renege on, and seemingly out of nowhere.
And the other thing that Sean mentioned this morning was Matt Rule was in Buford, Georgia on Friday.
Yeah.
So, whether he was there because he heard rumblings that Dayton might be leaving, or whether he had just planned it all along because this was a rare opportunity for him to be there and to visit, when Dayton was still in season because of the timing of the Idle Week. But Matt Rule was there on Friday. So, there was no indication at all anywhere,
at least publicly,
that this was a possibility.
Lane says something is up with Dylan. If Dylan is not on the sideline on Saturday, that is pretty telling. So first of all, I would
wait. Do not look too far into that because the man is recovering from a broken leg. I would be surprised if he is. I mean, now be there on like Friday.
Yeah, that would be more telling.
That would be more telling. But no, I would. I mean, remember they didn't want him. Matt Rule
literally said on Monday, didn't he, that he's not going to the Penn State game. So
yeah, I'm pretty sure he said that. Yeah, I would not look into. I would not look anything into that if you don't see Dylan anywhere inside Beaver Stadium.
Yeah.
I mean, he could, but I doubt he will be there.
Yeah.
Remember, he's trying to recover from a serious leg injury.
Correct.
The first serious injury of his career. And yeah, I think the priority is on that more so than necessarily being there with the team, especially in a place that is notoriously tough to get to.
Yeah, so like I was going to try to blow past that comment because I could not disagree more. He's not going to be there on Saturday.
Yeah.
Something being up with Dylan, though, I think that's a fair question to ponder for a variety of reasons. The first is this. Last offseason, the Raiola family, and in particular, I'd say Dominic, was angling for more money, was using other schools as a way to up the cost of NIL for Dylan. That was happening last offseason, right? They shopped him around. There were a lot of rumors going on about the schools. And certainly, I mean, I don't think it's going to be too difficult to look around. I just saw Arizona State was mentioned in the chat a couple of moments ago. That's an Adidas school. Keep an eye perhaps on Adidas schools. It's like that already has happened one time. And I think it's going to happen again. And again, that is why I keep looking at this situation. And because of the timing that you just mentioned, John, and how late in the game that this happened, that I am someone who thinks this does mean something. I guess I'll just flat out say that I think this means something. And if you don't want to view it that way, I totally understand it because, again, they are different people and they have different wants and different needs. And perhaps Dayton looked at the situation and now looks at Latif and says, it's going to be a bit tougher, maybe a bit longer than I was expecting it to be. Trey Taylor is going to follow after me in 2027. This just might not be the school for me anymore. I think you could absolutely view it that way. I personally am not. I'm not viewing it as that type of a situation. That he is viewing this as now the best potential landing spot for him. I think that things have very much ramped up over the course of the last few weeks. I think I told this story on the show, John, and if not, I apologize, but I'll say it now. But I was having a casual conversation with somebody that I trust back in probably September. I know that the season had started, so it was either late September or early October. And I had said something about, and Dylan Raiola coming back for 26. And the look that I got from this person, who I'd say is pretty plugged into the program, told me, like, let's just be ready for something to happen. And I've had that in the back of my head. I've had that in the back of my mind over the course now of this season. And so I have almost viewed every situation or every discussion with Dylan Raiola with that thought behind me of, are we sure he's going to be back? And now with the injury and now with TJ Lateef, and you wonder how the offense is going to continue to look and evolve over the course of the next 2 games, 3 games with the bowl. Will it look like it's easier? Will they continue to want to move in a direction of a mobile quarterback? And then this news drops right before early signing day, right as he's prepared to enroll at Nebraska. Again, it's very interesting, to say the least. Very interesting.
Let me throw one more possibility out there. Could this also be a sign that because of how this season has gone, that the timetable that we all presumed from day one that Dylan was going to be 3 and out. He was going to play 3 years of college ball and out.
Yep.
That the timetable, because of how the development has gone, how the injury could be a setback, might also be a factor. That maybe Team Raiola has realized, yeah, Dylan may have to play all 4 years before he is NFL ready. And that in some way also affects the decision of the younger brother. Just throwing that out there. I don't know if that's true, but that certainly is a possibility.
Well,
as well.
I wonder it as well from their perspective, from the Raiola family perspective, because I think you're right. The plan the entire time was 3 years, go play pro football, right?
Yeah.
And they thought, the hope was that Nebraska would be the best place to do that. This would be the best place to do that. I feel very comfortable in saying, for whatever reason, and some of this is on Nebraska and some of this is on Dylan, right? That this is not the best place to get him to the NFL. That doesn't have to be like an indictment on the entire situation. What if he went somewhere with a little bit better protection and his lack of mobility, it ends up not being this huge anchor that weighs everything down, where he has, I don't even want to say a better running game, John, but maybe a more dynamic running game that the team would have. Certainly.
Maybe it's a play caller that more better fits his
bingo
possibilities.
Absolutely.
Remember, this wasn't the play caller that he committed
John,
to.
is there a world?
And I'm not saying that it's Dana's fault.
Well, I was going to say, is there a world where Dana Holgerson would say, yeah, I'm not the best play caller for him. I could be better with a different quarterback. And that Dylan would say, I could be a better quarterback with a different play caller. Sure. That doesn't have to be a negative on either side or both sides. It could just be an acknowledgement of the situation. I mean, John, breakups do happen.
Yes.
Where both sides say, you know what? This is for the best, right?
This is for best for all.
It doesn't. Every breakup doesn't have to end in horrifying fashion. Sometimes you have a relationship and it's like, yeah, you know what? This is just not. It's just not for us for whatever reason. Your strengths are my weaknesses, and my strengths are your weaknesses, and that could absolutely be the case at this point in time.
Well, okay, I bring that up because here's one of our many graphs and charts.
We love graphs and charts.
This was put out by CFB Numbers yesterday. And this is quarterback play across the Power Four this season. Also, the outliers have been removed. So in other words, like basically the best and the worst games have been taken out. So you have more of a true sample size of, where have they been, right? And this is every Power Four quarterback. Along the bottom axis, left to right, is ESPN's QBR rating. And across the up and down axis is PFF's offensive grade, the grade that they give for reviewing the film. And I have circled where Dylan is. And for the benefit of those of you on radio, we've described these kinds of charts many times. The further you are up and to the right, the better the quarterback you are believed to be by both metrics. So, for example, Fernando Mendoza, Julian Sayin, Jaden Mayava, Gunnar Stockton, they all occupy the most upper right hand of this graph. Other quarterbacks like Ty Simpson at Alabama or CJ Cart at Notre Dame, they're in that upper quadrant, but they're straggling a little bit behind. Dylan is currently in the lower left hand quadrant, which is the polar opposite of the upper right. And if you look at the dashed lines meaning average, little below average in ESPN's QBR grade, well below average in PFF offensive grade. And the quarterbacks that he is in the neighborhood with, just to his right, is Aiden Childs of Michigan State. And just to his left is DJ Lagway of Florida.
Yikes.
That's where at least these two metrics, okay, ESPN's QBR and PFF offensive grade, have Dylan this season, which would indicate that he's had a below average year. Even though we've talked it up a lot about, how much he looks like an improved quarterback or looked like an improved quarterback. But according to the metrics, and I don't have last year to refer back to, just to see. And, last week we had the radar charts that did show improvement in a lot of different categories. But when you're comparing to all of the quarterbacks in the Power Four, Dylan is, I would say, in the bottom 25th percentile.
It doesn't look great, John.
No, it doesn't.
It does not look great. And I think that is probably playing into a lot of the discussion surrounding this. A couple of texts that we got. Dan asks, and this is a good question, remind me why it would have to be an Adidas school. Dan wants to know that because we do mention that kind of, not casually, but I mentioned that in passing in a lot of these conversations. He has a NIL deal with Adidas, and so the thought process has long been he would go to another Adidas school, and thus he would keep his very, very lucrative Adidas endorsement. That's where a good chunk of his NIL money is coming from. Yes,
is Adidas.
Yeah,
is he one of the? He's the Mahomes bunch thing. That's just a Texas Tech thing, right?
I believe so.
Because Mahomes has like his other special deal with Adidas and with Texas Tech.
Yeah,
where they've got certain players that are under that plan, but Dylan is not under that. But he's under a similar plan because it does involve Adidas.
Yeah.
So a lot of his promotional stuff comes through that.
On Twitter, on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed, King D writes, King D, you guys are missing the obvious. This decommitment was Nebraska initiated. By allowing Dayton to announce this, it gives him an off-ramp to save face. We have not explored this, John, from the option of Dylan Wright or from Nebraska doing it. I mean, it's certainly something that you're always able to bring up. I'm never going to poo-poo someone who wants to know, did the school cool on them? It's always become a meme. The guy decommitted, Nebraska cooled on him.
They cooled their jets.
They just saw him. I mean, it's the timing of it is interesting, right? From that perspective.
Well, but so that explains why Rule was there on Friday
to tell him take a hike.
I mean, I guess it's possible.
Sure.
But again, the plan was, hey, we got bowl practices and he can participate.
Mm-hmm. Unless they just didn't think that he was going to be the guy. Matthew says, there was zero path to Dylan or to Dayton. I keep saying Dylan. Dayton seeing the field. Did they, in the words of Unsportsmanlike Conduct 10 years ago, did they cool their jets on Dayton? Or was there no doubt that he wouldn't be a starter?
I just did the cool your jets joke.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay, I was reading the comments from Twitter. I was reading our audience's discourse.
Thanks for paying attention to me.
I apologize, Nick. I apologize.
Well, I'm sure at some point the truth will come out.
Will it?
Well, there'll be some things said, and then it'll be up to all of us to determine which side is actually the truth.
Yeah.
I think that's a strong probability of happening.
Well, if Dylan leaves, I am going to very much have a strong opinion on everything that unfolded. Very strong. If Dylan stays, then I think that you just kind of go back to, well, he is literally his own person. Why did he have to come to Nebraska? But man, if Dylan leaves, John, that's going to be quite the tell about what unfolded, in my opinion.
At least you always have teeth.
At least you have teeth. The teeth.
By the way, Strigori says, ironically,
which is crazy because he's played basically one game.
Strigori says, ironically, where was that? Dayton kept them from recruiting a guy named Jet.
That's true.
I got an email a little bit ago. Why didn't they recruit Jeff out of Millard South? Jeff Tamala.
Jet Tamala.
Jet Tamala, not Jeff. Jet.
Yeah.
Tamala.
My name's Jet.
Again, but listen, like I said earlier, his name could be Eric Smith. There's still a bit of a glut, right?
Mm-hmm.
Theoretically, there is still a bit of a glut.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you would like to take a quarterback in every class, but maybe you can't anymore because of the mobility of quarterbacks and how much easier it is for quarterbacks to transfer. Can you afford NIL, and can you afford, just from a roster management circumstance, to take an A-list or a presumed starting quarterback in every class? I don't know if you can anymore, because the ability to hold on to them is getting tougher and tougher and tougher.
Wait, so you're saying you shouldn't recruit a quarterback in every class?
I wonder. I just wonder if you can go out and recruit a starting quarterback in every class anymore, because the reality of the situation is most of these guys could end up transferring anyway, and then you're back to square one and you're going into the portal.
Well, see, and that's why I think you just bring in a quarterback every cycle. I think you have to, for depth. And, whether it's out of high school or whether it's a transfer portal guy. Like now, John, I would, put it on the list. Nebraska will sign a transfer portal quarterback for this class. I have zero doubt about that.
Right. But what I'm saying is, are you bringing, it used to be you wanted to bring in a quarterback every year under the presumption that was going to be your quarterback of the future. Can you do that anymore? Or can you plan basically every other year, and then maybe that filler year is,
you're talking about like mid quarterbacks,
a Jalen Gramstad,
Davila,
Marcos Davila, that.
Okay, I mean, yeah, sure, that's fair.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I guess I was viewing what you're saying is you don't have to bring in a quarterback every year, because obviously I think you should, but yes, varying levels of how good are the quarterbacks actually going to be. It's very hard to get a guy to stick around. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
402-951-1620. We still have more to come here on the Grum. Coming up in just a little bit, we're gonna move some things around today. Yeah, Fired Up for Football is gonna be a little bit earlier today.
What?
Yeah,
I gotta get you my grades.
Oh, John, just make some up for Josh. Just put some numbers.
He said he already
letters.
did. He's gonna lie. He's gonna be a liar. I don't like it. I don't like
You
it.
should have got your homework done.
I forgot.
Yeah, get your homework done.
I forgot. We were so busy this morning.
Mr. Banks, eat your grades.
We had meetings. Us three had meetings, and sometimes there was a fourth person there in our meeting. We had all these meetings this morning, and then it just totally slipped my mind. We finished it. And the Dayton stuff, I was getting intel, trying to find out as much as I could. Forgot.
We will continue with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct in just a moment. Quick reminder that our zone deal this week is for Backlot Pizza and Kitchen, Detroit-style pizza. They've got a great cocktail menu, including the Old Fashioned is a great favorite. And so whether you're stopping by with a meal with friends or a weekend brunch with family, Backlot Pizza and Kitchen, welcoming atmosphere, exceptional food, located in Elkhorn, 204th and Q. Listen this week to the Happer Show for your chance to win $50 worth of gift vouchers. And it is this week's Zone Deal, half-off deals going on this Friday on 1620thezone.com.
But first, Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy. Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Nebraska. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So, download the app today and use promo code 1620thezone to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involve risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadec.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. We have one more 16-20 the pregame this season. It'll be a week from Friday on Black Friday when the Huskers play host to Iowa. Go to 1620thezone.com. Enter for your chance to win 2 tickets to the Ultimate Blur tailgate party. It might be the one time this year that Nick actually doesn't have his face in his phone playing chess. He'll be too busy taunting Husker fans at the Blur event tailgate and welcoming in all the Hawkeye fans he possibly can.
Go Hawks.
Nick, don't you do this, man. This is 1620 the Nebraska pregame, not the 1620 the Iowa pregame.
The word Nebraska is nowhere in the name.
John, a couple text messages. First from the 310, which is California.
California.
John, where are you doing the show from? It looks like you're at a police station inside an interrogation room. Is that in studio? I don't think he's making a joke. I think he's making a joke. I don't think he realizes that we call that prison.
We do. John's being interrogated.
Look
I'm
at that.
CHI Health Center, Omaha.
You're disseminating.
I am upstairs in the hockey press box where I am the day of a Creighton night game.
Man, Nick, here's an idea for 2026. I think that you force John into turning on a StreamYard of him for every game where we get really fun reactions and highlights of him freaking out about stuff.
That could be fun.
It would be awesome.
I'm on right now. What are you talking about?
During games. We have video of you going, tomahawk slam.
We could just ask one of the nice people sitting next to John, one of the audience members, to just also film him too.
No, just do it with StreamYard because then we own StreamYard.
You're right.
Yeah. Thank you, Nick.
How much you going to pay me?
None. It's for content.
Oh, never mind.
Jack texts in.
Yeah, it's my content.
No,
I own that
the
content.
Zone's content.
I think I'll start my own club. It'll be the I-29 club.
That's a stupid club. Nobody cares about that garbage. Jack texts in.
What do you mean? The Chiefs fans care. That's how they get to the Chiefs games.
Chiefs are mid. Chiefs are mid. Mitch Holtis in an hour. From the 402, Jack writes, what percentage chance do you assign to Dylan transferring if Latif wins the next 2 games? And then he adds compared to 1. John, what % chance do you give of him leaving?
I think too many people, when they're looking at TJ Latif, are looking at the win-loss record. I don't think you can look at the win-loss record.
Got to look at the vibes.
I mean, yeah, you got to look at how he's performed.
The vibes loss record.
You got to look at how he's performed. Now, sure, is it more likely that he will perform well if they go 2-0? Of course. But let's say they go 1-1. Hell, let's say they go 0-2. Remember, they're not favored this week. They're a more than a touchdown underdog. TJ could play well this week, and Nebraska still lose this football game. TJ could play well against Iowa and lose this football game because it's Iowa. So I'm not looking at the record. I want to see how TJ Latif looks more than the record of what happens over. And remember, there is a bowl game. Some people will put more value into it than others. Certainly, I don't put as much value in bowl games because of the situation, but that is another evaluation marker as well, especially for the coaches.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I right now I am, as far as will Dylan leave or will somebody leave?
Yes, the answer to that question is it's not definitive.
To me, it's less than 50% that both quarterbacks are here.
Yeah.
It's less than 50%. I wish I could narrow it down more than that. But here's the other problem. I mean, people have jumped to this wild conclusion. Oh, look at what he did in the Rose Bowl against UCLA, that vaunted UCLA defense. He's played 3 of the 4 worst defenses Nebraska has faced. I want to see against better competition, before I lose my mind over who the quarterback next year should be. And I think the coaches are like that too. Now they have added data points, and that is how they practice, right? That certainly will factor into the decision. They will have a lot more, to work off of than we do, and they'll have a more educated opinion theoretically than we do because they are coaches. They look at the film. They study it in a football way, certainly more so than we do. But we had this conversation 8 days ago, about how this might be putting a little bit of the cart ahead of the horse because, again, TJ has only played 1 full game against a bad defense as a starter. Nothing has changed in the last 8 days Other than the news of this morning.
Other than the Dayton news. Yeah, well, let's see what happens.
But nothing else has changed in terms of, is TJ Lateef the future?
Yeah. Maybe we'll
That has
find out
not
over the
changed.
course of the next, 9 days? 10 days.
That is still very much up in the air.
On Twitter, let's see. NU10 Skurs writes, I think this is Nick's burner. Has anyone reflected that this happened before? Tommy versus Brooke. Both are committed to NU and let them fight it out in the offseason with QB1 to be determined. Know your role for the betterment of the program and not just your wallet. I understand the point that NU Skurs 10 is trying to make.
I also get why you thought that was me. I say that to you guys all the time.
Yeah, that was 30 years ago. It's a different era now of college football.
Do you honestly think if today's rules would have been in place in 1995, that both Tommy and Brooke would have been on that team?
No.
I think the chances of that happening would have been far less.
It would have been slimmer.
I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but it would have been, given how great that team was and the chance to win a championship. But remember, before Brooke tragically passed, there was talk of him at the very least getting a tryout in the NFL.
Yeah.
There was some people saying he could end up being a late round draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's the nonstop mobility of the athlete has changed everything in terms of these conversations. So we can't compare it to other quarterback controversies because many of those, I mean, look back to Eric and Bobby.
Yeah, even that's a different era of the sport. I mean, of course, there's only a few years after that. But yeah, like that type of stuff, it's just, it's hard to even imagine it. John.
Yeah, it is. It's
Adrian Martinez versus Tristan Gebbia feels like it's from a different era of college football.
That's because it is.
I mean, yeah, that's true.
It literally is. It's before, I mean, the era of the transfer portal / NIL began basically 5 years ago.
Yeah, it really did.
And
yeah,
that's the era we're in now, and it's a very, very, very different era from any other era that's ever been aired in college football history.
Yeah.
Or maybe errored in college football history, depending on your point of view.
One more text real quick. Paul writes, Dylan leaving would be incredibly disappointing regardless of the reason. So many of us loved the idea of the son of a legend leading us back to winning and relevance, plus the thought of a Husker quarterback being a high draft pick. Also, he's pretty much the face of the program and would continue to be. For those reasons, it would be just incredibly disappointing to see him transfer. In a way, John, now this is me talking. In a way, it would kind of follow along the lines of Scott Frost returning home, where people not only wanted him to succeed because they wanted Nebraska to succeed, but they wanted Scott Frost to succeed because they wanted him as a person and what it would have meant. And Dylan Raiola, I think, fits that. It doesn't have to be in the past just yet, but I think it fit that for a lot of people, right? The son of a legend whose name is on the side of the stadium is there, and so people wanted that.
Well, and it's not just that, it's how Dylan really went above and beyond. Some people say it was self-promotion, whatever, I don't care. The bottom line is the way he would go out in the community, the way he wanted to be seen, the way he wanted to be seen at basketball games, the way he wanted to be seen at high school events, the way he wanted to be seen at the College World Series. He worked to become the face of the program. I mean, and really, you could make the argument he didn't have to, because when you're the number one quarterback and you're a highly recruited quarterback, you were going to get that moniker no matter what. But he was a man about town, that loved being seen, and some people might look at that as a negative. Many looked at it as a positive. I don't remember a whole lot of people tweeting at him negatively about, you're out in the public too much. You were at my kid's high school game too much. You were at, WWE too much. I never saw those. People enjoyed the fact that they had a celebrity quarterback.
They did.
And now all of a sudden it feels like that's turned.
Yeah.
And it feels like it's happened overnight.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Coming up next, fired up for football.
Whoa!
On 1620 The Zone.
wings on the grill, and to yelling at the telly every time Desmond Howard opens his mouth. In the college game, the Big Ten Conference tries for an unprecedented third straight national championship and pins their hopes on James Franklin and Penn State. In the National Football League, the Philadelphia Eagles are now the team with the bullseye on their backs. Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson still seek their first Super Bowl. And could it be the Bears and the Raiders might actually be good? Join us now as Unsportsmanlike Conduct previews the coming week of gridiron action. Here are the games you will watch. Here, in the order in which you will watch them. Here is Fired Up for Football 2025.
Fired Up for Football has reached week 13 in college, week 12 in the pros.
Sad.
I mean, it's a number, Josh.
You've been being a little whiny baby with your diapers full of poop lately about the weather getting cold and how I fast forwarded it, and now I say sad, and you're saying, "Whoa, no big deal to me."
It's because you did this. It's like this because you manifested it.
I think I'm
You wished
surrounded by true idiots, huge idiots.
Wow, I can't believe you're calling your wife that.
I'm not
But
surrounded by her.
Listen,
Surrounded by you and Nick.
I'm not sleeping next to you.
Not right now.
Here we go with Fired Up for Football. We start with the Thursday, Friday games. Not many this week. In fact, Fox doesn't even have one.
Why?
On Friday night.
Garbage college basketball on Friday?
I bet there's college basketball.
You forgot about Maction tonight, John.
Thursday, you got Louisiana and Arkansas State. Friday, you got Florida State, NC State. And then late night, Hawaii versus UNLV on FS1.
Go Warriors.
Central Michigan and Kent State and Miami of Ohio and Buffalo tonight as well, John.
You're disgusting.
Saturday afternoon.
You love that slop, Nick.
I love it in baseball.
Can't wait to hear what note or what pitch Gus Johnson's voice gets when Ohio State scores their 50th point of the game.
You'd be like this. Oh!
Only dogs will be able to hear it. Mr. Banks is just going to start barking.
You go.
You won't hear anything.
Well, if anyone's still watching this game at that point, they are a glutton for punishment.
Yeah.
Again, I love me some YouTube TV because I had the Michigan Northwestern game on one of the quad boxes, but I had the sound placed somewhere else.
Good call by you,
John. It was a much better viewing experience.
Good call by you.
That's big noon.
Yeah.
I mean, they have never done that show from studio, right? It's always been on site. This would be a perfect time to just say, you know what? Let's just do the game. Let's just do the studio in Los Angeles. Let's do our pregame in LA, and we're not even going to bother showing up to Columbus because we're going to be there next week anyway for the Michigan, Ohio, or not Michigan. I guess it's at Michigan this year, but
they should have done Nebraska, Penn State. They really should have just done Nebraska, Penn State.
So that Nebraska gets home at a decent hour?
Yes, because of the flight. Oh, it's going to be so late.
Yeah. Technically,
week.
By the way, this is the first week we've transitioned. These are all the playoff committee rankings. That means we get a ranked versus ranked game because Missouri is ranked by the playoff committee.
For now.
Well, they're until Tuesday. Missouri at Oklahoma on ABC. Miami, Virginia Tech on ESPN.
Remember the mid-aughts, John? That was a rivalry. Those games
were
huge
good.
In the mid-2000s.
Yes, we are including a game that's on ESPN Plus.
The
pickings are slim, kids, but it's Washington State against Big Jim Madison.
Big Jim Madison, a playoff contender.
Exactly, and a chance to get a win over a Power.
Yeah, sure.
4.2.
Legally a Power 4 school.
Yeah, just like saying legally Nick is a human.
The game of the day, CBS, who has ponied up millions, many more millions than they ever did for the SEC, finally gets another good game. It averages about one every 4 weeks. Number 15 USC at number 7 Oregon.
Banger of a matchup, huge game. Cannot wait to watch this one. Very happy Nebraska's not going on opposite of it.
Do you prefer the AP rankings to the CFP rankings?
No, you got to use the CFP at the end of the year. These are the rankings that actually matter, so we have to use them.
Arkansas is at number 17. Texas
Get Richard Nixon's corpse to go to this game, John.
He was famously at the one in 1969.
Nice. The moon landing.
ESPN will have Kansas State at Utah.
Remember when Kansas State was a playoff contender in week 0 and then they lost and Avery just pushed him in the puddle? That was a great bit that disappeared as fast as the Oklahoma drill, John.
That was.
It did.
And it gave us this. Avery Johnson's dad's music.
Oh, that's the bed for it?
Yeah.
God, that was fun.
And again, friends, the pickings are slim.
Look at this, a BTN game?
George Pickens.
I love George. He's so
number
good.
18, Michigan at Maryland.
Riss makes fun of me because I say, "Come on, George," because I call him George.
Like
I mean, that is his name.
He's my guy. What up, GP?
Saturday night at 6 o'clock.
Saturday night.
ESPN's got Pitt at number 16, Georgia Tech.
The Pitt.
Nice.
FS1, Colorado at Boise.
Whoa.
Colorado State.
Big Ten Network, number 21, Illinois. Yes, they're ranked 2.
What? How did that happen?
Oh.
Because the playoff committee likes to use the bottom of the rankings to justify the top of the rankings.
It seems like an accident.
Illinois is at Wisconsin on BTN. The ABC Saturday night game is number 20, Tennessee at Florida.
John, I don't like this. This rivalry used to get played in the second or third weekend in September. That is where Tennessee and Florida belongs. Get this crap out of November.
You want to make college football great again.
No, Nick, when it's played this late in the year, it reminds me of 9/11.
Yeah, no, you just think that the world was better when you were younger.
No, I didn't say
and
that.
You want everything to conform to that.
I do like nostalgia.
A classic ACC matchup, the Cal-Stanford game.
Oh, my gosh, on the ACC network? That is hysterical.
Woke versus woke.
Other woke, yes. It's the woke.
7 o'clock.
It's the woke off.
Woke and kind of smarter
we
woke.
got a woke off here.
7 o'clock on Fox. Number 11 BYU is at Cincinnati. ESPN2's got Arizona State, Colorado, and your late night option includes no SNL.
What?
I mean, they literally just opened their season like 3 weeks ago, and we're already bumping it for Washington and UCLA. Have you seen that defense? Has SNL slipped that far that they've just decided, you know what? This game's going to get a bigger audience than SNL.
Wow, that's sad.
Washington and UCLA.
That's very sad.
And, of course, the game before that game is at 6 o'clock. So that means you don't even get a rerun of a previous SNL, which they started doing for some reason a few years ago, like in prime time on Saturday. Then they'd go to news, and then they'd show the new SNL. Well, you don't even get that because of Nebraska Penn State. And don't forget that Overreaction will immediately follow on the Zone and 1019 Le Keg.
Will it also be in 4K? Because, gosh, do I love that NBC 4K.
It looks good.
It looks so freaking good, man. I like it. It's fun.
To the NFL, Week 12, Prime Video tomorrow night. Bills at the suddenly spunky Texans.
Suddenly spunky. I like it,
a rather
John.
interesting game.
A Texan story.
This one's a good one. We'll talk about it with Mitch Holtis in a few minutes.
Nice.
On CBS. Colts at Chiefs.
The tingle.
And your doubleheader on Fox, noon, Vikings, Packers, late window, 325, Eagles, Cowboys. NBC, Sunday Night Football, Rams legend, Matthew Stafford taking on Rams legend, Baker Mayfield.
Wow.
Bucks.
They're going to be butting heads.
Go Bucks.
And on ESPN and ABC, Panthers at Frisco.
Sneaky solid.
Brock Purdy's back, isn't he?
Yeah, he threw touchdowns last week.
Wow.
Yeah, 49ers are good again, folks.
Welcome back, Brock.
They never were bad, though.
The out-of-market games in the noon window, Steelers, Bears. I mean, both division leaders.
That is crazy.
Patriots, Bengals, Giants, Lions, Seahawks, Titans, Jets, Ravens. Late window, so you don't have to watch the Eagles curb stomp the Cowboys. if you have DirecTV Sunday ticket.
You're
or
a mean person.
You're the one that rooted for the Bucks. Go Eagles.
You
Browns
always
at
root against
Raiders.
the Cowboys.
Jags at Cardinals. Falcons at
A
Saints.
lot of the Broncos fans in the chat are triggered that their team is on a bye. Enjoy it. It's a nice time to get an off week.
I'm glad the Dolphins are on a bye.
Time for the grades.
This is mean, John. It
Oh.
was an accident.
Is it mean or is it pure incompetence? You literally said 3 times during the show today, I gotta get my grades in, gotta get my grades in. I waited to upload this
you
during
told
the
me
commercial
you-
break. You did not. So here are your grades. F- for college, F for the NFL, and a 0.0 overall.
Literally earlier
You
today
didn't
when I
send them.
said this,
You
you said
never sent
you
them.
said it's already. I already put your grades in, and so that was you telling me to not send it to you.
No, it wasn't. I just said I put your grades in. You never sent me your grades.
Yeah, because you said you already put them in.
Well, I put them in as a placeholder.
How did you take
I
it
always
when he
have a
said that,
placeholder.
Nick?
I guess
Josh,
I took it as he already
Josh,
put it
take
in.
responsibility. You didn't
I already
do it.
apologized.
You didn't do
I
your
agree.
job.
I didn't do my
You
job.
did not do your job.
A plus, A plus, A plus.
You know,
You're a moron. You want to talk about being surrounded by morons? This is a D college slate. This is not a good
multiple
weekend.
ranked on ranked games. Multiple
John,
ranked on ranked.
Multiple? There are 2.
That's
and
multiple.
one is a technicality.
Do you not-
because it's Missouri.
It has to be.
Please.
I think Josh is just out on football now. You know, he lost.
I think so too.
He lost our 4-quarter pick'em on the station. Literally lost. You were last.
Yeah.
I finished above you in that.
I'm doing good in my actual pick'em that matters, though. That's
Then
all I care
You're
about.
giving F's and zeros.
I love this weekend of football. It is going to be great. I can't wait for the college slate. I like that there's ranked in
The
11,
col-
ranked in 2:30, and then Nebraska at night. Perfect weekend.
No, it's not. Listen, compared to the other college weeks,
No, yeah, it's not
as,
very good.
as the one intelligent grader on this panel, this is a D week.
Scott
Next week's a great week. This week,
Scott wants to know if I watched the game with Riss. No, I'll be watching the Cowboys-Eagles game with my dad on Sunday.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, though
Probably
we did
for
watch
the
the
best.
end of the game in week 1 together because remember there was that lightning delay because of
Uh-huh.
the stupid storm, and so we did watch the last quarter and a half together. I went home and watched.
there you go.
Yeah, 'cause I was
Fired up
tired.
for football. There won't be a fired up for football next week.
I mean, there can be.
Well, I guess you could do it.
Yeah, I'll do it next
We
week.
have no idea what the
Is
Wednesday
that just going to be the whole
show's gonna
show?
look like. We have no idea what the Wednesday
Yeah,
week could be.
Honestly, it might be like a College World Series, in between show next week. It
Mhm.
very much could be. Very much could be.
Coming up next, Mr. Dannon had things to say about a lot of
Yogurt.
things.
Oh yeah, he had lots of takes.
And reaction to the CFP rankings,
Oh boy.
including,
Oh boy.
man, first week on the job. Hunter, you're a check, bro.
Yeah, tough.
What are you doing?
It's a tough look, John.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
16:20 the zone. It's the playoff or bust $15,000 sweepstakes on 1620 The Zone. That's right. You could win $15,000, but you have to register first by going to 1620thezone.com. It's brought to you by Lanahaw Nurseries. So go 1620thezone.com.
Do it.
Just do it.
Do it.
Just freaking do it, man.
Do it, man.
And just visit. Just
Man.
visit that website daily. You never know. You never know
A lot
What
of fun
you're-
stuff there.
what you're going to get.
Really?
Yeah. Like when 4-quarter pick'em was happening, you could go and you could see all the leaderboards and even the zone leaderboards where you were at the end.
Wow. Nick is really
Yeah, what's-
leaning hard into this.
Yeah. What's up with this?
I like doing better than you at football.
Well,
things.
Nick is still basking in the glow of winning predictions last week. Tease. He might be able to brag this week too.
Again?
I'm coming for you, Josh.
What's up with all this bragging?
Yeah, this is crazy.
Have some not bragging, Nick.
Have some nut bragging.
Yeah.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Now, Josh, I'll let you prepare we want to talk about the third team offensive tackle in a moment. But in a meeting today in Charlotte, this was yesterday.
Committee stuff, college football playoff expansion.
I'm just reading from Dellinger in a meeting in Charlotte. Power Conference commissioners saw a presentation from the Big Ten on a 24-team playoff.
I did see this. John, is it going to happen? Are we going to get 24
No,
freaking teams?
No, because everybody else is like, this is
Gross,
as you guys like to
disgusting.
call it, brazy.
They would
Nasty.
nice job, John, with the brazy.
Yeah,
they would
wow,
have
yeah.
to alter I don't alter it. They would have to alter the college football calendar to such a degree to make 24 teams work. So thus they will not do it.
And remember, you'd have to add the play-in games too, right? Because that's why the Big Ten wants this.
Sure.
Because this is the infamous well, I guess it's not infamous yet because we haven't described it yet, but it's the 4-4-4-4-2-6 concept.
God, I hate these dumb names. Can we call that the idiot plan?
Why don't they just give it a
The
cool
last
code
plan was
name?
the idiot plan. I mean,
Yeah, I
this
guess
is
this
the dumbass.
Okay,
plan.
this is the Jack Bauer plan. Get it?
Nice. Yeah,
Toot,
24.
toot, 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 toot. Nick, let's get that drop. We actually might have that already in the system. For whenever we talk about the 24-team playoff, you could play the 24 theme song.
Yeah. Yeah.
There it is.
All right. Now, in the interest of fairness, because Josh famously hates talking about this,
No, it's our audience.
let's
doesn't
talk
like
about
it.
third team offensive tackle. Go.
Well, I mean, look, you got the great battles.
I mean, they're
going
down
on.
to their third team offensive tackle.
That's a great point. It's very important. It very much matters. It very much matters.
Wow. So the playoff committee put out their rankings yesterday, and another week, another change making changes.
Changes.
That's what I was saying, Nick.
For the third straight week, we have a different representative from the G5. Who was it week one?
There wasn't one. Remember, they didn't have a team.
Well,
ranked
they
in there.
designated, was it Memphis?
I think it was
designated
Memphis. Yes.
because there was no one in the rankings. Last week it was Big Jim Metzen, right?
No, it was
Big
no, it
Jim
was
Metzen?
last week it was somebody else.
Or North Texas.
No, I'll look it up real fast. Last week it
I thought it was North
was
Texas 'cause
South
they got beat by-
Florida.
South Florida.
Yeah. This week though, as you
It's
mentioned.
got to be your bull. Get it?
Got him.
Nice.
This week it is Tulane,
Tulane.
with their coach John Summerall, who apparently in the span of like an hour was going to interview with Florida and now says he is not interviewing with Florida. So that's some pretty odd stuff going on down there.
How awesome would this be for the good folks of Louisiana who have been denied a playoff bid because they went out and hired a bad coach, but they're replaced by Tulane, Nolan's team. I'm rooting for this. I want Tulane in the playoffs.
Sure.
Go Green Way.
I have a hoodie, so I could wear my hoodie. I wore it yesterday. I
Yeah.
could support Tulane if they make it to the playoff. I'm way down with
You
this.
do like that hoodie.
It's a great hoodie. It's so comfy.
But yesterday, the committee actually did exactly as I predicted they would do. I hit all 10.
Oh, damn. Did you? Good job by you, John.
Yeah. Well, I think you might have had, but you.
I screwed up. Well, I did two things.
You flip-flopped A&M and Georgia.
Yeah, I decided to get cute, and yes, when I updated because I'd forgotten that Ole Miss beat Oklahoma. When I updated that, I nailed it. Otherwise, though, yes, and you have everything color coded in terms of the teams and where they are. The Miami and Notre Dame discussion continues to get dumber, John, by the second. Dumber by the second for this college football playoff committee.
Dumber by the second, you say?
That's what I did say. I'll say it one more time for you while you upload a video. Dumber by the second from the college football playoff committee,
Now remember, Mac Rhodes.
Where we're going.
Rhodes. Where the playoff is going, we don't need Mac Rhodes.
Nice.
He gone. He was the committee chair, so that responsibility now falls on the new committee chair. That would be one Hunter Yurachek, the athletic director at Arkansas, who
Mr. Consonants,
who you would think would be too busy to be serving on the committee. He has to hire a football coach.
John, you would think that this whole committee is just a big dumb exercise, given that all of the people have normal jobs that they should be focusing on, not picking playoff teams.
But this was Hunter Yurachek's debut as the playoff committee chair, and he was on with Reese Davis yesterday. I believe this was between games of the basketball yesterday during the playoff show. This is the conversation regarding Notre Dame and Miami. And I know it's been a long time ago. It's been over 2 months ago.
In a galaxy far, far away.
The sun was still setting after 8 o'clock.
But in
the sun, I missed that.
But in a stadium that Nick's favorite team plays in and the Miami Hurricanes play in, a game was played between the Fighting Irish and Notre Dame and the Hurricanes of Miami. And the Hurricanes of Miami led the entire game and ended up winning that game. In other words, they have a head-to-head advantage over Notre Dame. Both teams have identical 8-2 records. But here was the explanation from the committee chair as to why Notre Dame is in at number that's 9, and Miami
number 9
is at number 13.
They have to win the ACC to get in.
Let's pause that so we can get the audio going. Here it is.
Be in the field. We know they have to win the ACC to get in. How close is Miami and Notre Dame in terms of evaluation within the room?
I think when you look, Reese, at Notre Dame and Miami, we really compare the losses of those two teams. Miami has lost to 2 unranked teams. Notre Dame has lost to 2 teams that are ranked in our top 13. And so we really haven't compared those two teams. They haven't been in similar comparative pools to date. But Miami is creeping up into that range where they will be compared to Notre Dame if something happens above them.
Because remember, they don't just do like a straight top 25. They do it in groups of 3, right? And so it's like a 1 through 3, and they're comparing 3 versus 4, and then they do 4 through 6, and then they're comparing 6 versus 7. And so they're comparing 6 versus 7. And so that's why Miami and Notre Dame, they're not in the same pool, because Notre Dame's in one above it and Miami's in one below it. Greg and Lincoln, wow, my brain hurts. What was that? That was idiocy.
Yes, it is true. Miami's losses are to unranked teams.
But
Notre Dame's 2 losses are to ranked teams. But one of those ranked teams are the Miami Hurricanes.
They literally, yes,
They're the Miami Hurricanes.
My God.
There's a head-to-head here.
They played a football game. And one of the teams won the football game. What are we doing, man?
Adam McClintock, CFB _professor on Twitter, does a great job of predicting what the playoff committee is going to do each and every week. And usually he's within a spot. And by the way, this goes back a few years. So it's not just, this committee. It's not just a 12-team format. He was doing it in the 14 format. These guys, he is really good at being able to nail these dynamics. So and then the day after today, he goes through a quick primer of each team's resume. So on the graphic, if you're watching it on ZoneTV.live, SOS is strength of schedule. Quality wins. Those are wins over against teams that are over 500, just over 500. Top 25 wins, obviously top 25 playoff committee wins, and game control. Game control is, that metric you see sometimes of at this point in the third quarter, this team's up, 99% chance of winning. That's game control. How well did you control the game? So while it is true that Notre Dame has a strength of schedule of 33 and Miami 46, and it's true that Notre Dame's got 4 quality wins to Miami's 2. They have the same amount of top 25
And
wins.
one of them is against Notre Dame.
And one of them against Notre Dame. And the game control score is only off by like 0.6. Miami's is 19.5. Notre Dame's is 20.1. They're pretty doggone. They're close enough for government work.
John,
Let's just put it that way.
They played a football game.
I know, but I'm just trying to defeat his own argument that, well, they're in different pods, so they're not quite, comparable pods yet. They're pretty doggone comparable.
I'm the only one who can compare pods because that's what I listen to.
And what you do.
And what I do. Golly, man. Just say you think they're better, result be damned, and I'd have more respect for you. They're playing better football now. Say that. Because I agree with you. I think Notre Dame is playing better football now. But why play the games? Why play the games?
All this is doing is encouraging bad behavior down the road and Indiana-like scheduling in the non-conference.
So dumb.
That's what this is encouraging, folks.
So dumb.
All right, coming up next, Chiefs fans, it's time for some counseling.
Oh, yeah.
With Mitch Holtis, the voice of the Chiefs.
Oh, yeah.
Also still to come, John Walker. Creighton has made a significant move today. Hudson Greer, the talented 4-star freshman, will make his in-season debut tonight against North Dakota. His red shirt pulled. More on that and Mitch Holtis next on 1620 The Zone.
You ready? The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson. Welcome to the Red.
Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling in the nectar by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man.
Touchdown! Kansas City!
The myth.
You can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs.
The legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
you want to chuckle, kiss right now in the parking lot of the stage show. Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holtis.
A 3-yard touchdown pass in overtime. Kansas City wins the game. 25-22.
It's a big role. It's something that, they gotta have trust in you to do that. So I feel like they put trust in me to be able to, take on that role. So I'm gonna find a way to make it happen.
That would be Kareem Hunt of the Kansas City Chiefs. And this would be Mitch Holtis, the voice of the Chiefs. Brought to you by Hy-Vee, official partner of the Kansas City Chiefs, who has popped into the studio. Hello, Mitch. How are things going on this Wednesday?
Hello, John. You made it back from, did they stay overnight in Spokane or Cheney, Washington?
Yes, we stayed over in Spokane. It was not an enjoyable trip, especially the second half. It was not good. Not good.
I thought you might. I'm stalling off the discussion about the Broncos so you could tell. This is still running the shot clock down. I can see Higgins give me a shot clock violation right here.
Yeah, probably. We just played a little bit of audio from Kareem Hunt. What are you seeing in his role here for Kansas City as the Chiefs still try to figure some things out? I mean, it's been weird because sometimes the offense reminds you of the offenses that we saw during the Super Bowl seasons, and then there are other times where it's like something's off, something's not there.
Yeah, a lot of it had to do last week with Denver's defense, even though they were missing Singleton and Surtain. That's a salty group, as we know, and we talked about it last week. But there were still all kinds of chances to win that game. Now, Hunt comes into play. There have been several caucuses called, I believe, in the Chiefs' kingdom about the 3rd and 2 at the end of the first half at the 20, and then 3rd and 1 at the 19 on a drive where the Chiefs had the ball and the lead at 19-16. There were all kinds of chances to kind of flip that game in a way, and they threw on both of those occasions. Kareem Hunt has gone for it. Well, on 3rd and 1, Kareem Hunt has the NFL lead tied with Josh Jacobs, actually, at 11 times on 3rd and 1. Jacobs has made it 7 times. Kareem Hunt has made it 9. Hunt's got a real place on this team. The Chiefs are now in a situation of playing 7 one-game seasons. That's where they're at now. And Kareem Hunt's going to be a vital part of winning games down the stretch, whether he gains 1 or 11 or 21.
Mitch, I wanted to ask you about that idea of the 7 one-game seasons, because they now find themselves in a spot that, gosh, I mean, when's the last time you were this deep into the season thinking about wild card and needing to win X number of games over the course of the last few weeks to get in? That's where they are now at. And so I wonder how, if any, does that shift the mindset? They never want to lose, but now they've gotten to a point where they really don't have a whole lot of losses that they are allowed to give back. How does that change, if anything?
Yeah, we've been here. I mean, we're 4 foot down. We've been 3 foot down before. 2015, 2018, 2021, 2023, either fighting to get in a playoff position or to win the division. All right, that being said, the other thing that exacerbates the discussion, Josh, is the fact that you don't have a tiebreaker with Jacksonville. You don't have a tiebreaker with Buffalo. You don't have a tiebreaker with the Chargers or the Broncos, who are in that grouping of AFC teams trying to fight to get a playoff. So that makes it even more intensified, meaning that you want to get a game ahead of them. You can't tie those teams. You got to be better. So I think that does put some real emphasis on the fact that these are just 7 one-game seasons, and you got a heck of a game coming up.
We always asked the last couple of seasons when the Chiefs were putting on their hellacious streak of 1-score wins, how do they keep doing it? How do they keep doing it? And now it's literally flipped on its head. They They haven't won a one-score game this season. So how does that happen? I mean, you'd think normally a regression to the mean happens gradually, but this feels like it's coming on like a snowball.
Yeah, it's weird. The worst or most in the league at 0-5 in one-score games. The next two behind them are New Orleans and the Commanders at 0-3 and 0-3. It's been a variety of things. It's Chris Jones not holding the fort down in the Charger game all the way back years ago in Brazil. It's not making those third down and shorts in two separate games. It's, to me, I kind of laid this out last week, and I did it on our on Channel 3 on the Minute with Mitch, is the wraparounds, the double dips, I call them. 10 times the Chiefs they've won the toss 8 times. Detroit gave them the ball in a ninth. And in those double dips in the 5 wins, they've got 7 touchdowns in those 10 possessions into second, start of third. In the 4 losses, Charger game is a loss that's not the non-double dip. The Chiefs have no touchdowns, 4 3-and-outs, held on downs, and they threw an interception in the Bronco game. Sometimes we look at just the end of the game and why you're not winning one-possession games, and I can take you back to critical points, and there's very few more critical than the end of the second, start of the third, when you get a chance to get back-to-back scores.
Mitch, looking ahead to Sunday, first of all, I cannot imagine before the year got going that you thought this one in late November against the Colts would have what it does at stake for them, as they're fighting for a 1 seed late on now in the regular season. But as you sat down to watch them, for the first time, I imagine in full over the last couple of days getting ready for it, what jumps out to you about this group? Certainly Daniel Jones, who, as a Cowboys fan, I've been watching him for years with the Giants, flounder. He's taken a big step forward. Jonathan Taylor has had a massive season, and then they make the trade for Sauce Gardner. What's most jumping off the screen for you right now?
That we're all underrating this team. We think that, it's schedule driven, and really Daniel Jones, as he tripped on the way to the end zone for him, like you just tell me on your Council Grove bingo card that's in front of both you guys, if you had Daniel Jones leading the NFL in passing yards per game 11 weeks into the season.
No.
Certainly not.
No. These guys have the fewest 3-and-outs. They're number 1 in yards per game. And it's not just Jonathan Taylor. He's having an incredible season again. But it's a lot more than that. I think Tyler Warren's the big game changer for them. He's awesome. The new Kelsey, or he and Brock Bowers are in this race to be the new Kelsey. And he's made a huge impact for them. He's got the same catches as Kelsey with 50. But you look at his impact of when he's caught him and what he does. And then they got Michael Pittman Jr. and Alec Pierce. So they've got these deep ball threats. I'm sitting here looking at their best in the NFL. They have a 1+115 point differential. That's the best in the league. These guys are legit. It's not like, they're having a nice season and they'll drift away. No, they're right in the thick of it to be the AFC team to go to Santa Clara. And defensively, they're not spectacular, but they're scrappy. And then they went and got Quinnen Williams along with Sauce Gardner. I'm sorry, not Quinnen Williams. That's the Cowboys. But I was looking ahead a week. But they did get Sauce Gardner. But they have Zaire Franklin. And they got dudes up front that they don't have Buckner. He's out. But they've got some other guys on a scrappy defense that has 14 takeaways. And Zaire Franklin is all over the place. We don't talk about him. These guys just aren't on the radar of anybody because they're not on the big national window games.
Yep.
You just don't see the Colts. And then all of a sudden they pop up on your screen and they're like, well, these guys are really good. The Sauce Gardner trade was controversial because Chris Ballard, who used to be with us, their GM, gave up so much. Now you look at it, though, going into mid-November, and you're saying, okay, see why he's doing it, because he's sniffing a run here, and they have that chance for sure.
And Mitch, they'll be fortified a little bit more because a player you're familiar with looks like he may be activated off IR, Shavarius Ward, perhaps in time for the game this week. So, and you always worry about the hand that once fed you, right? Biting the hand that once fed you. As a Cub fan, it seems like it happens all the time with ex-Cubs. But, Shavarius Ward maybe getting his chance to come back onto the field against his old team, he'll be motivated.
And now with NIL, we get that in college ball. You didn't used to get
yes,
that. But now you get the Marcus Fosters of the world. and he's going to be ticked off because he got influenced and beaten on the touchdown in overtime to win Super Bowl 58. That's old Mooney. That's our guy over there, little Mooney, we call him. And he got deked on that play, and Hardman's wide open. So he'll come in with a little fire. And then with him, but Gardner on the other side makes things a whole lot better for him. So, I mean, this is a team that's got a high pressure rate. They have three different guys. Buckner's on IR, as I mentioned. But Kwity Paye, we don't talk enough about him. These guys are 30-plus pressure rate guys. And so there's enough pressure and coverage on this Colt defense, not saying they're as good as the Bronco defense, but they're enough when you look at the onslaught of their offense and the fact that there's so many ways they can attack you now, not just Jonathan Taylor, and a really good offensive line.
Mitch, we won't talk to you next week because of the short week on our end, and I imagine you'll be traveling on Wednesday. And it's not like Thursday games are that out of the norm now, right? Like the Chiefs playing at least one of them every single year. But what does next week look like with this being a home game Sunday, a road game in Dallas on Thanksgiving, and that there's a holiday? Of course, what does everything look like for you and for the team next week?
It's rough. I don't mind telling you, because after there's zeros on the clock and hopefully a Chiefs win to get them to 6-5 in this first of a 7 one-game season, then within minutes you say hi to the family, you get a sandwich, and you go right to work, because now all of a sudden it is like Monday or Tuesday of the week you're going to play. And here's the other thing, though, going on the road in those games, you wipe out Wednesday. Really. I mean, you're going to have a walkthrough at the hotel. You'll have maybe a walkthrough. We'll have a walkthrough before you get on the plane, but there's no recovery time. Monday's usually recovery. Tuesday, you kind of ease into the week. Wednesday, you had big day Wednesday. You don't have any of that. It is literally cramming for the test, especially when you're on the road. And again, the importance of all these games, you guys laid it out there at the beginning of this interview. It's on, and it'll be triple on. Because you'll get to enjoy the Colt victory if they win for about 14 seconds.
Yeah, and let's see, if memory serves, didn't the Chiefs host one of those nighttime Thanksgiving games? When's the last time the Chiefs played in like the traditional Thanksgiving window, either Detroit or Dallas? It's been within the last 10 years, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. We played last year in the Black Friday game. That's a new thing.
Yeah.
I remember we played in Dallas in the 90s and we played in Detroit I'm not exactly sure. We hosted that. We've been on Thanksgiving games though, but it's in that third window game, the night game, right? Yeah. And the first ever game on NFL Network, which seemed like, whoa, what is this?
I remember that against the Broncos, right?
There's the Broncos. It's like NFL Network. Wow, I can't even look at it. What is it? It's AI. But yeah, I don't know. We just play when we play and go. But I'm telling you, it's and we got to do it again because we have the Christmas game in December. So we've had short weeks, Brazil weeks, Monday Night Football on the road, Sunday night on the road. I don't know. Go to Medicine Hat, Alberta, and play a couple games. It's crazy.
Mitch Holtis, voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Mitch, good luck on Sunday. At least it's a noon game. That's nice. You know, the NFL gave you that.
Well, I'm surprised they didn't put us on Sunday night. That'd give us even less time for the Thursday game.
You can't have it. That's our night. The Rams night is Sunday night, finally.
If you go a Sunday night and they put you on the road on a Thursday, that's it. Like, okay, we'll go join the NBA and do something. I don't know. Crazy.
We'll surrender.
All
right. Well, Mitch, have a happy Thanksgiving. I know it's going to be a very, very tight turnaround, and we'll talk to you in a couple of weeks.
All right, fellas. See you.
Thank you, Mitch.
All right. Mitch Holtis, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. When we come back, big news for the Jays today. They've made a roster move. The red shirt has been pulled from Hudson Greer. He is scheduled to make his debut tonight as the Jays take on North Dakota. More on that story and the prep for Las Vegas. Coming up next with John Walker of Omaha.com right here on 1620 The Zone. clean up before Las Vegas. It is tonight against the Fighting Hawks of North Dakota. We've got pregame coming up after this Grum is done at 6. Tip-off is just after 7 o'clock. Tonight is on ESPN2, but of course you can catch it right here for free on the radio, 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg. Happy to be joined in by the beat writer for the Jays for Omaha.com, the Omaha World Herald, John Walker. John, we found out that Hudson Greer his red shirt lasted all of about 8 days. So what is that signal to you?
Yeah, just that there is a very keen sense of urgency to build toward being the best team in March, but more importantly, John, to win right now. And we've seen, outside of the 2 games against vastly inferior opponents, and in spurts during those games even, that Creighton has struggled to create consistency. And it's struggled with physicality and toughness at times, especially at Gonzaga, right? And that's why you go play a game like that early. And then they had some clunkiness, as Mac described it, in the Maryland Eastern Shore win as well. And they obviously had some clunkiness in the South Dakota opener. So looking for a spark, or as Mac said, looking for guys who will, quote, hook it up. That search turned the coaching staff to Hudson Greer, it seems. He had previously practiced with the scout team and helped prepare the Jays starters, as we've all kind of known. And at Monday's practice, he stripped the red jersey, the scout team jersey, and was working into drills, working into scrimmages. And so they 8 days can change a lot, I suppose. But it certainly changed, the outlook on Hudson Greer's freshman season, which was set to be, relatively, and see if he can help change the outlook on Creighton season.
John, I have quoted that Mac after the opener about getting the teeth kicked in. Probably so many. I mean, people are probably getting annoyed with the number of times that I've said that. And so, on one hand, I wonder if you think they are surprised by the start they've had, and on the other, this move to go back on what they were planning to do, does it tell us that they have been maybe surprised by how poorly things have, or I guess maybe how clunky, the word that you just used, things have gotten off to for the start of this year?
Yeah, I would say so. I think if everything was going well, you don't pull Hudson Greer's red shirt. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I think just naturally, I'd say so. Now, I asked Mac before they left for Spokane, why did you schedule Gonzaga now? You knew it was going to be a tough test. And he said, well, we wanted one tough test before we went to Vegas, and then we wanted one right before Big East play. And that's typically how they do it, or at least they have the one later in the year. That was Alabama the past couple seasons. But he wanted an early test to find out what he had in this team. And he said it after that game, and when they got back after the Maryland Eastern Shore win, that game was going to expose things, and I'll be darned if it didn't. Now, Gonzaga might just be the best team in the country. There aren't many people who are going to argue against that based on what they've shown so far. So I don't know if the sky is falling because the Jays lost to Gonzaga, but it certainly did expose how far this team does have to grow to be the contender they aspire to be. And obviously through 3 games, they've seen enough or haven't seen enough to where they're gonna throw Hudson Greer into the fire and see what the kid got.
John Walker joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. So what does that mean then for the rotations? Fedor Zugic has already seen his minutes diminish greatly, considering what was expected of him. Does this mean that they're diminished even more? Does this move other people down the line? What's your best guess?
Yeah, I really, really don't know. And we'll I'll spitball here in a second, but we'll obviously find out a lot tonight against North Dakota, because this is the Jays' final tune-up before they go to Vegas. So you have to throw Hudson Greer into a game environment with certain lineups. And more importantly, like Max alluded to it, you have to use the lineups that work and just leave those guys on the floor together for stretches, and instead of worrying about the rotation, because at the end of the day, like, you have to win games. And yeah, so if I had to guess, yeah, like Fedor's minutes have been diminished so far this year. That Mac really liked the stretches with Josh Dix at point guard. So maybe we see a lot more of those lineups. And someone slides up, maybe that's like Blake Harper at the 2 and Hudson at the 3, or you could go Blake Harper to his defensive ability, Jason Green at the 3, Jackson McAndrew at the 4, Freeman at the 5. Like, that would be a really interesting lineup with either Ray or Dix at point. I don't, but it's certainly it's tricky, because it's not like this is Karam Conan, or it's not like this is Nick Graves. We can't definitively say, okay, it affects the guards and how the defense operates, or it affects the post and how they build their defense. It's right in the middle of the lineup, which I think is kind of the key part in all of this. It gives them flexibility to do a lot.
Let me throw one.
We'll see.
Let me throw another idea. I mean, again, I'm
sure.
Too. Could this mean more on the ball for Fedor? And you mentioned Dix, thus taking a wing out of that, rotation, and maybe a Ty Davis sees fewer minutes, which may have been natural anyway if Dix is seeing more time at the point guard, but possibly could have Fedor being more on the ball be another option there too?
Yeah, I certainly think so. Like, that's where we saw him at his best last year. Think back to when Ashford foul trouble in the Big East tournament, and against DePaul, and Fedor came in and ran the offense late. Ty obviously was a big part in that game too, in overtime, but Fedor really had a role in running the offense in that situation. Like, he was key in the Big East championship game through the first 10 minutes, and then he rolled his ankle again. And he hit key shots, timely shots in the fiery stretch against Louisville, and in a slugfest of a first half against Auburn. So yeah, it certainly could. Like, Fedor Zugic has been his best when he's on the ball. So yeah, it certainly could. I'd consider that too. Like, does Fedor slide up and play more the 1-2 instead of the 2-3? And then your ball handler consists are Nick Graves, Josh Dix, and Fedor Zugic. Because then, as you said, John, the wing rotation is not as much of a logjam in that instance. You have Blake Harper at the 3, you'd have Jason Green at the 3, and then you would have Hudson Greer to play at the 3 as well. Could that mean Jason Green gets more time at the 4 behind Jackson McAndrew and Isaac Trout's minutes diminish? Like, is that a fallout or a domino effect of this? I don't know. We'll find out a little bit tonight, but we'll really, really, really find out what Mac wants this team to be when they go to Vegas next week.
John, I wanted to ask you a question about that, because you wrote today in your first of 2 stories, players historically, McDermott just faded yet, at least given the way the schedule does break beyond tonight. I wonder how big of an issue you think this will be, I don't know, let's say into mid-January, and because the hope, of course, would be by that point you're clicking and you can go on a nice run.
Right.
How big of a problem is it going to be as the schedule really toughens up starting in Vegas next week?
Yeah, it's like, in some ways, January doesn't matter if now doesn't matter.
Sure.
And I think that sense of urgency is seen from the staff, from the program in lifting Hudson Greer's red shirt to wrap all of this back around. Like, I think we see the sense of urgency that, hey, we need to win some darn basketball games against some darn good teams. Why don't we use everything at our disposal to do that? And so I personally have no doubt that come late January, come February, like, this team will be really, really good. But can you put yourself in position along the way for those games that time of year to mean something? And we've seen traditionally, look at Stephen Ashworth, look at Baylor Shireman, look at Ryan Kalkbrenner's year-to-year understanding of the system, how long it can take guys to really grasp it. And traditionally, like, think back to 2 years ago, like, they brought in Stephen Ashworth, and that was it. Like, you had to get one player caught up to speed. And even last year, they brought in Pop and Jemiah, and you had to get 2 players up to speed. Well, they're doing that with 9 guys this year. And so that acclimation process team-wide was just naturally going to take longer. And then you throw in the wrinkle that one of the top portal lands tears his meniscus in the summer. And that guy just so happens to be replacing a program legend. Like, it sucks that the process is delayed, but it is. And so now that's here the Jays are 2-1 entering Friday. I wish it was Friday. Entering Wednesday night's game against North Dakota. And then they've got to get, I think, for the sake of the Big East, for the sake of them not getting on the 8-9 line again, I think they have to find 2 wins in Vegas. Because Nebraska has looked good so far, but it'll take a lot for them to be a metrics darling with the rest of their non-conference schedule. Obviously, Creighton's a part of that, so that game will be, somewhat significant. And K-State game is going to be as big of a test as maybe we thought it could have been, because we don't know what K-State's going to be at. They just beat Tulsa by 1 by the skin of their teeth at home. So who knows? Everyone's going through that process. Creighton certainly is, and the Jays got to figure it out, and quickly, with Baylor awaiting on Monday, with Iowa State awaiting on Tuesday, and any range of teams from Houston to Rutgers awaiting the Jays after that.
And kind of wrap things up here with John Walker. The Big East isn't off to the best start in the world. UConn's holding up its end of the bargain, but, Georgetown's basically got the only quality wins. And I know it's very early in the season, but for those games in January and February to really help the resume, the league's got to lift up a little bit better too here in the waning days of November and December. Otherwise, kind of script on how good a conference is pretty much written by New Year's Day.
Yeah, it certainly is. And that's the problem in an 11-team league like the Big East. I love the format of the Big East. I love that you play every team in your conference twice a year, home and home, and you know that every year. But when the bottom 4 teams in an 11-team league are not good versus the bottom 4 teams in an 18-team league not being good, it just puts you at a disadvantage. So that's where the Big Ten often holds up metrically from mid-December all the way through March. Like, there'll be some variation, but really, like, the bulk of the Big Ten is going to be where it is. And the same goes for the SEC. So yeah, the Big East has to capitalize on some of these remaining marquee non-conference opportunities. The Jays squandered one in Spokane. That would have been huge for the conference with what Gonzaga looks to be and metrically with what Gonzaga is right now. So there aren't a lot of them out there. So it's imperative that the Big East, Creighton in particular, go seize them while you still can.
John Walker, Omaha.com, the Omaha World Herald. John, we always appreciate it. Thanks. We'll see you at the game here in a little while.
Thanks, guys.
That's John Walker of the Omaha World Herald on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. More to come. Dumb Debates, happy hour from CHI next on 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat. Throw.
Throw.
Throw. Throw. Throw. Throw. Throw.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway. Dumb debating.
John's computer sucks. Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mailing a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away. Dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
And here we go with another week of dumb debates.
Rob Anderson.
Hi, Rob.
Yeah, we're busy talking about logistics and stuff.
You getting ready for sunny Las Vegas, John?
Well, I mean, based on the weather recently, I would be
Cloudy
surprised
Las
if it's
Vegas?
Cloudy Las Vegas.
You're getting ready? You guys talking about if you're going to hit the slots or the craps table?
No, I'm not much of a gambler. I will probably do my usual, which is
Cubs to
I'll
win the
find
World
a video
Series.
I'll find a video blackjack machine. I will play one hand. I will attempt to double a $5 bet, and then if I win, I'm out of there. Like a shot in the dark.
Look at you.
Like a shot in the dark. Yeah, that's it. So that's the extent of my gambling this week.
Nice.
Or next week or whatever.
Got to be your bull.
Yeah, it's got to be your bull.
Hmm.
This is Dumb Debates, your opportunity to influence the direction of the Grum.
Heck yeah.
By sending us your dumb debates. And you can do it anytime into the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Just use the hashtag dumb debates. It's very easy for me to find those when I just do the search hashtag dumb debates.
Oh, yeah.
I can also search my email inbox, John at 1620thezone.com. Josh can search his email inbox, Josh at 1620thezone.com. That's the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. We take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
Nice. I just searched my inbox and I found one from Star Wars Fiend. Now, his are always long and intricate, so let's go on this journey together, shall we,
boy.
John?
Oh, this is, I already don't like the sound of this.
Gentlemen, your only source of income is by pulling out your cell phone and French kissing your screen for 10 seconds in a public place or setting. Each time you do so, you receive $100.
$100.
This happens each time the red light on your phone blinks to let you know the funds are available. However, if you do not do the act at the time it goes off, you lose $100 and are slapped as hard as possible by the closest person next to you. As an example, John is interviewing Coach Mack at the Final Four, and his light goes off if he does not stop immediately and French kiss his lock screen for 10 seconds. Coach Mack will automatically slap the daylights out of John. However, if John does it and Coach Mack asks, what is he doing? He has to give the most obscene answer each time and cannot tell the truth. This implies to each of you at any time or place. How much in a day will you earn and how many slaps will you take? The light will go off every half hour from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
That will last. That will last maybe until like noon, and then I'm out.
Oh, hold on. Have you done the math yet? How much money is that?
If it goes off at half hour so that's basically twice an hour.
So it's $200 an hour.
It's $200 an hour, and this is 15 hours. So that's $3,000.
Yeah.
See, here's the deal.
I'll do it.
Here's the fun deal.
Slap
the light
me,
goes
Daddy.
off. The light goes off.
Yeah.
I do the thing. But there are times in the morning where it's just me and Wrigley.
Oh.
And Wrigley.
Oh, your dog
Wrigley
would whoop your
not
ass.
Slap me. Wrigley would not slap me.
Name you, John.
So
You've never been slapped by a dog?
Yeah, Banks has slapped me before.
Give me pets.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
It's like the claw out in the.
Yeah, I this will last long enough until I get actually out into the public wild, and then I'm out.
Wow, Dave Fight. Dumb debates will be over by the time Josh finishes reading this question. I could do
It
it.
was a long one.
I'll do it.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, I'm happy to kiss my screen and make for great content.
I have to tell somebody I'm doing something obscene.
Yeah, I just be like, I like licking it. It reminds me of something.
Yeah,
but by about the second or third time you do it in public, someone will probably have you committed.
Lick, or it would be a good meme.
Because then you would be giving ridiculous reasoning as to why it's happening, and people will think that you've lost it. And
they already think I've lost it. How is this any different than my normal day to day?
I think people do crazier things than this in public and get away with it fine.
They will have you committed, and then
can you just have people committed still?
Anyway.
Is that how it works?
I don't know.
I don't think it's the 50s anymore, John.
I don't think you can just send somebody on a grippy sock vacation.
Committed. Don't think it's how it works.
I will make it work.
Okay. Pedro says,
you'll need it.
Hi, guys. Dumb debate question. What is the special sauce in Miracle Whip? Nasty is what it is, Pedro.
The tangy zip of Miracle Whip.
John's Wang.
Their special sauce in
Hey, at
Miracle
least
Whip?
it's got flavor.
Yeah.
At least it's got flavor. There's nothing wrong with Miracle Whip.
Everything is wrong with it.
Because
why? Because it's got flavor?
No, because it's gross.
Growing up, I always equated Miracle Whip as mayonnaise. So I always thought I hated mayonnaise. Just like how I thought I always hated cheese, but it turns out I just hate Kraft singles. I just hate Miracle Whip.
What a sentence. You don't like Kraft singles?
Nah.
Wow, that's wild. I
It
love them
doesn't
on
taste real
I
to
love
me.
them on a burger.
I'd rather
Well,
have
I mean,
actual
it's-
cheese.
Well, I mean, that's fair.
It's processed cheese.
It's pretend cheese.
Though I will say, since the wife started making more,
Wang?
Gourmet is not the right word, but more intricate grilled cheeses. They are so much better than using the Kraft singles. I mean, the Kraft singles, that's my grilled cheese.
Mhm.
The one where I put it in the air fryer and do the whole 4-minute thing.
Oh, boy.
But when we've done
More of a fried
the
cheese.
more elaborate grilled cheeses, we've used many, many different kinds of cheeses. And it's so good. It's so much better.
good.
So much better. And it's great with a nice tomato soup.
Tomato soup's fine.
I don't like tomato soup.
I had some recently, and actually, you know
tomato
what?
soup.
I think I decided
Oh,
I actually despise
thanks
it.
for
Love
the
tomato soup. What are you talking about?
Thanks for
This
the
is
warm, watery tomato juice.
Yeah, we had some recently, and I was like, honey, I don't want any more of this. Do you want it? And she said, okay.
Dear, this is terrible.
It was
a nice creamy
my stomach
tomato
is now
soup.
hurting
If tomato soup
Why
is
would your
good,
stomach be hurting?
because I'm thinking of the flavor of it, and I'm like, nope, not for me.
it's like rhubarb, right? If it was good, you wouldn't
It's
have to
not
have another
rhubarb.
thing to pair it with.
Oh, interesting idea there, Nick.
Tomatoes, rhubarb? What are you
No,
talking
tomato
about?
soup. I like tomatoes, but tomato soup, everyone's like, oh, you got to have it with grilled cheese. Nobody ever eats it by itself. You know why? It's garbage.
Oh, great take by you, Nick. Just have the grilled cheese. Why do you need the?
shouldn't-
And then you can make fries,
Right.
And dip them in buffalo
You
sauce.
shouldn't have to have another separate food to make the food that you're currently eating taste better.
It's a nice combination. It's like chili and cinnamon rolls. It just makes a nice
No, but
combination.
chili is good. I could eat
So
chili
is
by
tomato
itself.
soup. So is tomato soup.
People eat chili by itself, but every time tomato soup is brought up, people are like, oh, grilled cheese also.
Nobody.
When was the last time you ate tomato soup without grilled cheese and enjoyed it?
Excellent question, Nick. I bet John's the answer
The
is
last
never.
time I had tomato soup. It's not never. I've always liked tomato soup. Love tomato soup.
John, I saw this question last week from Dan Wetzel, and we never got around to it. I have to scroll and find it because I quoted it and said #dumb debates, but now I don't have a Twitter anymore.
Tough
Here it
luck.
is. If your favorite team was in the college football playoff, would you rather have a first-round bye or a first-round home game?
I think bye.
You definitely want the bye. Why would you want an extra game against a quality opponent on your path to the national championship, which is your ultimate goal? If you are answering the first round home game just so you can get a home game, you're losing. You've lost the plot.
Have you?
We get a home game. Great. You also have to play an extra game.
Could you say that the extra game is mitigated by the fact that the teams with the bye are going to have 4 or 5 weeks off? Georgia, for example, if they don't make the SEC championship game, they will play next weekend, and then they will not play again until either New Year's Eve or New Year's Day. That is a long time.
But is there really a difference between 3 weeks rest and 2 weeks rest?
A lot of people argued last year that because every team that got a bye lost, including Oregon and Georgia. Oregon and
why
Georgia.
was that? Why was that?
Because they were rusty.
More of that had to do with the matchups.
Maybe.
And the fact that the playoff wasn't seeded the way it's now going to be seeded, where the actual top 4 seeds are those teams. I mean, Arizona State was not a team in a traditional sense worthy of a bye. Oregon was.
Oregon and Georgia.
But not the other two.
Okay.
So
I'd pick home game for the record.
Oh, that is ridiculous. You're gonna willingly take an extra game. So now you have to win 4 games instead of 3 games. That is ludicrous.
I really think that given that you have a month off, I just think that's too much time, John. If it was
guess what? They used to do it all the time, and people still ended up winning those.
But
bowl
everybody
games.
did. It wasn't like one team got a month off and the other got 2 weeks off. Both teams got a month off.
Yeah, but if you manage it properly, and it's interesting you mentioned this because I think this was a question that was actually asked on College Game Day this week, and Nick Saban said, well, we figured this out by the way we practiced.
Ooh, they did a life hack.
In that time. And made sure that we weren't rusty because we were going to have so much time off between, back then it would have been the SEC championship game and the semifinal. So, yeah, if you're smart in how you manage it, you're going to be fine. But why you would want to take the harder path, and it is a harder path.
Sure, you have an extra game. I'm not arguing you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That is insanity.
Well, I guess you already wanted me committed.
Well, I guess Josh is French kissing his screen while saying, yes, give me more games to play.
Please.
Give me more games to play.
It reminds me of licking tomato soup off of something.
Oh, God, my stomach again, Nick. Stop it.
Let's see. All right. Well, this is in honor of the news you had earlier regarding the new television deal with Major League Baseball.
Yes.
So you have NBC now jumping back in for the first time in 25 years. They'll be doing Sunday night baseball. So basically their Sunday nights will be year-round sports, NFL, NBA, and Major League Baseball. They'll also take over the first round of playoffs that ESPN used to have. And ESPN is now in control of MLB TV. And also they're taking over the broadcasting rights of the 6 major league teams that don't have one of those local deals that started a couple of years ago. But the one thing that we have confirmed is continuing is the subject of this dumb debate question.
Oh, finally.
I was going to say, where's this going? You just talking about baseball now? Let's bring in Mike Farron.
Is the T-Mobile Tuesday
free
MLB.TV season pass the best freebie in sports?
Wow.
Think of all the freebies you get. Like, well, for example, the Rams are honoring Aaron Donald this week. They're getting away Aaron Donald bobbleheads, which I would love to have, by the way. You get your bobblehead giveaways. You got this giveaway. You got that giveaway. But in terms of sports, is getting the free year of unlimited MLB.TV for T-Mobile customers the best freebie in sports.
John, I mean, it's hard to imagine something that gives you more free entertainment. I mean, just the raw tonnage of MLB.TV is incredible. Starting in April until the end of September. So is it April, May, June, July, August, September? That's 6 months.
6 months.
Outside of like 3 days, you have baseball on every single day. You
And
have
by the way,
multiple games on every single day.
And you can have baseball on. You get access to minor league games too.
Oh my gosh. Yes. I mean, there is nothing anywhere near that because it's, first of all, it's more than $100. So it's like a great deal just in terms of
I think the base is like At the beginning of the season, I know they do different deals, but I think it's around
It's like 150.
130.
Plus, you can
or
listen to the
140,
radio on there. I mean, it is
Yeah.
an incredible product. Now, Baptism by Fire says, yeah, but you have to watch baseball. God, that's a great argument against it.
Oh, yeah, Baptism by Fire with the dumbest quote of the day.
What are you going to argue?
Dumbest quote of the day.
Is there anything else, Nick, that's on your mind?
I was thinking about F1 TV Premium, the highest tier of F1 TV.
But it costs money, doesn't it?
It's $130.
Yeah, and you get like 2 races a week or a year or a month or something.
Well, no, hold on. So
But you don't get that for free anywhere.
Let
do
them
you?
cook.
with the Apple Plus deal,
Yeah.
Apple TV Plus deal, you're essentially getting that tier for the normal monthly cost of Apple TV Plus.
And you get all the other stuff too?
You get all. See, I don't know yet. We don't know.
Oh, then this is garbage.
If you do, then yes, because that includes old races, documentaries, shows, a bunch of F1 related content,
But do you get
and all the feeder series.
Yeah, but you have to watch F1 then.
You get to watch F1.
Yeah, John, I don't think there's anything better.
T-Mobile Tuesday, free MLB TV
It's the GOAT.
It is the best.
Yeah, it really
Now,
is.
what
nice.
I'm hoping for,
Especially if you have your co-host log in.
what I'm hoping for, because when I was reading some of the articles today, it sounds like the MLB.TV app will still be active, right? So you can still watch it through MLB.com, for example, but it also will be on the ESPN app. What I'm hoping is that the ESPN app will allow me to quad box, because I can't quad box. I can quad box if I watch on my computer off the website, but I can't quad box on my Roku.
That would be pretty sweet.
So if we could start quad boxing, oh baby, baseball all summer long with 4 games at once. Yeah.
Are we absolutely positively sure that T-Mobile Tuesday is going to still give free MLB TV next season?
Yes, I verified it. It was in a couple of
Okay.
articles today.
Hell
It will
yeah.
be available next year. I believe that contract runs through the 2028 season.
That's great news, because guess whose fiance is now of T-Mobile?
Oh, but is he of T-Mobile?
No, but I have an account.
Oh, because of her.
Yes.
I guess you don't need your own account.
Yes,
You can use
she has an account.
That is exciting.
We'll just
Nick.
link it to my MLB account.
I am happy for both of you.
Thank you.
Peter asks, list these Thanksgiving dinner sides from best to worst.
Oh boy, we're starting this one.
1, mashed potatoes and gravy. 2, stuffing. 3, green bean casserole. 4, rolls and butter. 5, cranberry sauce.
So just these 5?
Just these 5.
Number 1, with a bullet.
Mashed potatoes and gravy.
Stuffing.
Oh.
Not even close.
Oh.
It's not even close.
It is close, John, because stuffing
Number
is
2.
stuffing is number 2.
Oh,
Number
really?
2
You don't like
is
stuffing?
the
Old man
cranberry sauce.
No, it is not. That is
Listen,
a horrible
in
thing.
reverse
mashed
order?
potatoes
Yeah,
are
John-
fine.
maybe John
but
is-
people have mashed potatoes all year round, but you usually only have stuffing just a couple
No,
of
you
times.
have to
And
have
there's
stuffing
nothing
a couple
better than
times
the
a year.
stuffing that comes with your turkey and your gravy.
I had mashed potatoes at our potluck the other day. It was awesome.
They were delicious.
Yeah, because again, people have mashed potatoes all year round, but how often do you get the deliciousness of stuffing?
Oh,
Number-
I
So it goes-
love soggy bread with a couple spices.
Number 3,
It's spices, exactly. That's what you're eating it for.
rolls and butter. Yum, yum, yum.
That's-
Oh my god.
especially like the Hawaiian rolls.
Oh, actually, hot take. Not as huge of a fan of those as other people are.
I
They're
like
fine.
them
Well-
in normal rolls, but they have like Hawaiian hot dog buns, and I tried. Those are bad. They make the hot dog taste
Riss
weird.
makes incredible rolls,
Nice.
like to the point where my family begs for them.
Oh.
Last place with a tie: green bean casserole and cranberry sauce. Garbage. Throw it in the dumpster.
Interesting.
Oh, throw you in
There's
the
some really
dumpster.
good. My dad makes fantastic green bean casserole. The family
No
pines for it every year.
No such thing.
It is such thing.
Just have green beans.
So mine is
I like the green bean casserole. Now, here's the deal. The rolls, I agree on the rolls. My mom historically has made great rolls. My wife has made great rolls. It's the yeast rolls that she makes are wonderful. But because I've already got the stuffing, I don't really need the rolls. So I'm going to push that down to 5th, slide the green bean casserole into 4th, mashed potatoes 3rd, cranberry sauce 2nd, stuffing numero uno.
What's yours, Nick?
So I'm going from worst to best.
Okay.
Cranberry sauce.
Hell yeah.
Stuffing.
Bad take.
Green bean casserole.
Fine.
Rolls. Mashed potatoes.
Boom, Nick. This is why we work so well together.
Stuffing, it's just spiced bread. You don't need that because you already have the rolls, which are better tasting
But
bread.
do you like the way that stuffing tastes, or are you just triggered by the way it's put together?
I don't like any of it. I don't like the way it tastes, and I don't like the way it feels. I don't like the mouth feel.
Isn't just the mashed potatoes?
Put your hands in it.
I mean, most people's mashed potatoes are only flavored because of the gravy.
Not mine, John. I put butter and then salt and pepper and more
if you
butter.
make mashed potatoes the right way, you don't need gravy.
So this is to defeat Nick's point. Isn't all mashed potatoes are just potatoes with butter and salt?
The difference here is potatoes are good. I like potatoes.
So is delicious spiced bread that's been soaking and like if you make stuffing the way my wife does, you put a little sausage in it, baby.
Wow.
And you give it a little meat.
Did you just turn into Austin Powers? Maybe.
Sausage, baby.
Nice.
Yeah. I have always been a stuffing guy. Love a good stuffing. Always.
Dylan asks, did the media / universities
I'm good, my man. How you doing?
collectively choose to forget the reasons John Gruden was fired? He's got universities sending him free swag, media calling him to be hired at some colleges. Did we forget what he did?
I did.
You forgot what he did?
I did.
Say that again, please.
Yeah, John was not listening.
Well,
at
because
all.
Owen Freeman was walking by, he wanted to dap up.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't pay attention to my job. I was dapping up.
Shut up,
players.
Nick.
Yeah.
Please repeat.
Dylan says, did the media and universities collectively choose to forget the reasons that John Gruden was fired? He's got universities sending him free swag, media calling him to be hired at some colleges. Did we forget what he did? We are, I say this all the time, and John disagrees. We are in a post-shame society.
We really are.
Shame doesn't matter anymore. But also, time does seem to heal some wounds.
Gee, imagine that.
He wrote some emails where he used a lot of slurs, and he called black people inside the NFL things like big lips, and it was very
bad.
Very bad.
That's very bad.
But then, again, nobody cares about anything anymore.
So what you're saying is he should still be under some kind of sanction.
I mean, I wouldn't hire him. I wouldn't want him to be my coworker.
He should be blacklisted from
but
pretty much everything.
Yeah,
he should have a weird job in some small town nobody's ever heard of.
Well, he does kind of have a weird job. He's now on Barstool.
Yeah, he does have a weird job.
Yeah, but he's still.
So it's not like he's coaching.
He's still in the public eye, is what I'm saying. If you do something like that, you should just be shamed.
Well, I think
excommunicated.
the problem too is I don't think he's really ever apologized.
You shouldn't give people like that a platform. That's my take.
Well, so the answer is yes.
Yes,
we have forgotten about it.
Most people have, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Nick literally forgot about it. Yeah,
they have.
Mm-hmm.
This would have been a great question for next week's dumb debate.
But we're off next. Well, we're not off.
Well, we have no idea what next week's going to bring. But as we know, the Iowa Hawkeyes are famous at home games for the wave.
Uh-oh.
Jim writes, why do Iowa fans like to weaponize the wave? Are they that miserable of a fan base? Do they like to rage bait themselves? Are they compensating for something? We need answers, damn it.
So we did this. We did this last week, John. But if you would like to opine on it, feel free.
A lot of the motivation for this seems to be there's a Twitter handle or one of the media accounts.
One of the media members
who likes to see what the other team does during the wave and then tweets about what that team does, like if they're all participating or if some are not participating. And that's at least where I saw some of this stuff happening.
They're looking for a reason to be mad about something is how it comes off to me.
Yes. Now I don't know about fans shaming other fans because every time I'm watching games and I've never been to Kinnick for a game, so I can't speak to this. I know this much: I wouldn't be spending my time during that poignant moment, that great moment.
Thank you, John.
Looking around, going, "Is that person waving? Is that person waving?" No, I would be looking out towards that children's hospital, a similar children's hospital to the one my son was hospitalized in, thinking, wow, how cool would that have been if we would have had that same opportunity to have a wave. I mean, we did have, for example, the Creighton baseball team came and visited Christian when he was in the hospital. He was really excited about that. So, I mean, we had opportunities like that. But to have a moment like that, I would be more engrossed in the moment and enjoying that moment than looking around to see who is participating or not.
You're taking yourself out of the moment by actively looking for people who are not enjoying or doing what you think they should be doing.
It's a lesser version of people when they take out their phones to record a moment instead of just watching the damn moment.
Yeah, in front of you. Yeah.
Right.
I couldn't agree with you more, man. It is absolutely ridiculous.
So
Your
I don't
people.
I don't know. I don't know who these
They're
people
cheapening
are.
it by doing this, man.
Well,
let
sure they
let
are.
people just enjoy it for what it is so cool. And yet these a-holes are just they're trying to make it they want to start a fight.
Now,
Uh-oh.
my question.
Oh, let them cook.
If any other team had a very similar thing, say Nebraska or any other football team had a thing where there was a children's hospital and they waved.
Yeah.
Other Nebraska fans would do the same thing.
Of course they would.
Any team,
Yes, they would.
any team base would do the exact same thing.
Yes, they
it's
would.
not a strictly Iowa thing.
No,
it's
it's
just
not.
a circumstantial thing.
Hey,
They shouldn't be
listen,
doing
a couple weeks ago, people were raging about if anyone was going to wear red in the stadium during the blackout. They were
His name is
pre-raging.
Jimmy Allen.
They were pre-raging.
I
saw this online. I mean, we had it in our comments during 1620 the pregame.
Nice.
How many people are wearing red? You see them wearing red. We need to stop them in the
Let's
street. We need to
shame
tackle them
these people.
and shame and paint them black or whatever. Blah 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 blah. It's just like fans do this.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It's ridiculous, but it's fan behavior. So whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Here's an email from Brian.
The Brian man of the group.
Good joke.
This is a good one.
Okay.
It better be good.
He thanks his son for this.
Thank you, son.
He says there is a Midwest.
God to Jesus.
Talking about the geography of the United States.
Okay.
He says there is a Midwest, but there is no Mideast. So the debate is, why do they not have a Mideast? Since the Midwest is considered from Ohio to Nebraska and from North Dakota to Missouri, where would the divide line be? Would you add more states to either side?
I mean, I know the answer for why there is not a Middle East in America.
That's fair.
I know why. But if we were to take it on its face and there actually was not a Middle East, and we were going to call something in America the Middle East, I think, John, like how 72nd and Dodge is no longer the midpoint of Omaha, things would shift. And so the Midwest, I think, would be like Utah, Colorado, Wyoming, and Nebraska.
Really?
Yes. If America had to have a Midwest and a Mideast, that part of the country would become the Midwest, and the Mideast would be the Iowa, Indiana, Illinois section of the country.
And the way I've been thinking about it is, for some reason, Ohio is included in the Midwest,
which makes no sense.
Doesn't sit right with me. So I guess they would just take that chunk, that strip of states, and make that the Mideast, and then Iowa, Nebraska, Minnesota, whatever, could still be the Midwest.
See, I would look at natural borders. I would look at the area between the Appalachians and the Mississippi as the Mideast. And then the Mississippi to, I mean, I don't want to say the Rockies because it maybe goes a little further than
the Rocky Mountains.
Maybe not a lot
little
further.
Rockier than this.
Maybe not a lot further. Maybe just on the back side of the Rockies as the Midwest. I would look at natural borders, right?
So was I thinking of it too literally?
Midwest is Mississippi River to the backside of the Rockies, and Mideast would be Mississippi River east to the Appalachians.
Welcome to the Midwest, Denver.
So am I thinking about it too literally, John? Because I was saying there is no Middle East because there is an actual Middle East in the world.
Well,
because like the only reason we call it the Midwest is because we never designated anything as the Mideast.
Well, it was. I mean, it was originally designated as Midwest when the country was expanding from east to west. And
at one point that was just west. Ohio was west.
Well, they always call Texas the Old West. That's
and
wild.
so basically everything from the Appalachians all the way to probably the Rockies was considered Midwest.
It was also France.
It was also France.
And then, of course,
Thanks,
California was considered the West. That's why the Midwest got this huge designation because, of the way the country was formed and how, the colonies were all west of, well, mainly west of the Appalachians. By the way, Can't recommend the Ken Burns documentary enough on.
I'm going to watch.
Hey,
American
What's it on,
Revolution.
John?
It's on PBS.
Perfect.
Hey, so here's a question kind of along this ilk, because Nick mentioning that it was France, that's the Louisiana Purchase.
Mhm.
If you could go back in time to your school days, when we got to learn about all sorts of historical things, but maybe we didn't pay attention very well because we were idiot kids, but now we have an appreciation of history. What course, let's just say in college, you can take any historical course in college knowing that you would have a genuine interest level for it. What do you wish you could go take a class for and learn about?
I've always been a history nerd. I took an AP class in high school, an AP history class in high school, and I didn't even do the test for college credit at the end because I just
Wow.
wanted to take that class.
Okay, so what?
I'm a nerd.
What other class? What history class would you like to take then? What's like a not dark spot, like a blank spot in your history that you're like, I wish I knew more about? Because I got my answer.
You do yours. I'm gonna
The
have to
Roman times. Give me some classic Roman. What's going on back then? I don't know what's going on in the Roman
Caligula.
times. That sounds pretty cool. I'd like to learn about it.
Caligula wasn't
My
cool.
best friend's a Roman guy. I'm not saying they're good people. I just want to learn about it.
Your best friend's a Roman guy?
He took Roman classes or whatever they're called. I don't know. He's smart. He's
Is
really
your friend Caesar?
No, it might be, Nick. He could be a time traveler. D'Lo says World War II. I mean, that's a classic dad answer. We all love World War II.
I know too much
we didn't
about
love
World
the war.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's just so it's plentiful.
There's so much on it.
I had a
mean,
World
it's-
War II dad growing up, so I know a lot about it.
Oh yeah.
World War One, I guess, would be cool because World War One is fascinating. But again, I
mean,
just bought a
World War
book
One-
about World War One the other day.
Oh, there you
World
go.
War One, we just kind of skipped over because the sequel was better than the original.
Which is insane because there's so many cool things that happened in World War One as far as technological advancements and
cool
whatnot.
Things.
Yeah, Nick
says Nick Grimm.
Nick loved mustard gas.
Yeah, Nick, big.
It goes
mustard
good
gas
on a hot
guy.
dog.
D'Lo
No,
says
that's-
Vietnam.
that's
I'm just a fan.
That's just mustard. Actually, I would probably.
I don't know much about the Korean War.
Watch MASH.
There you go.
Yeah. I would probably look at. Wow, it'd be something probably post-revolution. I would maybe
War of 1812.
Honestly, you know what? It might be between the Revolution and the Civil War.
Oh, you got some stuff going on back then.
So like the first 50, 60-ish years of our republic.
A lot of
Right.
it was politicians immediately figuring out how to find loopholes in our new constitution.
That's fun.
That affect us to this day still.
That's exciting, Nick.
Isn't it?
Well, I mean, we've been doing that for 249 years. And
Isn't it cool that the systematic dismantling of our constitution had happened way back in the 1820s?
The more things change, Nick, the more they
there's-
stay the same.
It's not a systematic dismantling. It's just different interpretations because the document was intentionally written vague.
Well, they should have written it a little less vague. I don't know much about the War of 1812 other than it was in 1812.
Canada
Yes,
burned
it
down
was
the White
in
House.
1812.
Oh.
Yes, the War of 1812.
There's a lot of
was
Native Americans
in
that we lied to.
1812.
Well, I mean, that happened.
Congratulations.
Hey, you should fight for us. We promise you'll have a place to stay.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that was a fun edition of Dum Dum. Ooh, Dave says I'd like to learn more about the Gilded Age. I've thought about watching the show.
Gilded Age?
The
That's like the
Gilded
20s,
Age.
right?
The Gilded
The
Age is
Gilded Age?
1800s, if I remember right,
Okay.
late 1800s.
I guess I would like to know more about like the Industrial Revolution, like
Yeah?
in England.
That's a good one.
Oh, nice, Nick. Look at us. We should 1620 the history.
Yeah, I like that.
1620 the history.
I think we're
I
going to
hope
start
it's
it.
not. I hope it's not taught by the same person who does 1620 the science,
Mhm.
because 1620 the science has not been good over the years.
Mhm.
It's been pretty off.
I just got a text, laugh out loud at Nick loves mustard gas.
Yes, Nick, big mustard gas.
That's what you have
guy.
to put to make your hot dog car work.
You know, if I was going back in time, I would have invested in mustard gas. I would have made a mint.
Well, no,
back
because
in
it becomes a war
1917.
crime.
Well, but it still had to be. It still had to be made and purchased. Imagine you would have cleaned up in the mustard gas business.
You would have been making it rain, Nick. You would have been making it rain.
All right, there's dumb debates.
Speaking of making it rain, John,
Let's talk some underdog, shall we?
let's talk some underdog.
I'm still basking in the glow of my great combination of
That you did two
Ryan,
times.
That I mistakenly did 2 times. Actually, I didn't mistakenly do 2 times. Yeah, I'd be shaking hands. My hands would be shaking too as I was thinking about the 5-5 Chiefs. But the good news is, even if you're a fan of the 5-5 Chiefs, you can still go to Underdog Fantasy, play it right here in Nebraska, and you can go pick your favorite Chiefs or your favorite Colts, and you can bet higher or lower on different things like Patrick Mahomes receiving yards, or
that would be weird.
Maybe it's Tyler Warren or Patrick Mahomes passing yards, Tyler Warren receiving yards, and other things as well. And you can make up to 5,000 times your money. And did I mention you can play it in the state of Nebraska? And if you sign up with our promo code, you can get some extra bonus funds to play with to get you started.
Sign up with that promo code today, John1620 the zone, and score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is 1620 the zone. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Unsportsmanlike. Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, as we hit the final half hour or so of the Grum, let's get into some content. Plenty of other things that we haven't touched on yet today.
We've spent some time on and off this week discussing the Lane train and the rumors that surround his future. What do you think is happening next?
He's leaving. I don't know where. Who's going to make the best offer? Is it LSU? Is it Florida? I kind of think it's going to be Florida. They seem to be the ones that are most active. That seems to be the place where he would maybe fit better. Yeah, if I had to make a call on it right now, he'll be coaching the Gators next year.
Who will he be coaching at the end of this season? Will he be coaching in the playoff, John? Because I agree with you. I think he is leaving, and I think he is going to Florida. I was listening to great friends of the Grum on Split Zone Duo this morning. They did a subscriber-only pod, and they theorized that Lane could have coached his final game at Ole Miss. That maybe, for best parties, everyone moves on, and Pete Goulding, the defensive coordinator, a Mississippi State grad, by the way, maybe he is the head coach of the Egg Bowl and into the playoff. I don't know if I would go that far. I think he will coach one more game for sure, move on from the program, but I definitely think he's going to Florida.
Appeared in his first game of the league record 23rd season Tuesday night, scoring 11 with 12 assists in the 140-126 win over the Jazz. What kind of year do you expect from the King in 2026?
On and off. That's ever heard. I mean, you probably. So, like, if he's having those in October and November, I'm guessing that it's going to be an up and down year for him, and that we're all just going to get into April saying, just retire, man. Just move on. Just go make movies or whatever you're going to do. You've already done everything that was possible. I think it will be his worst year as a professional basketball player.
Well, will he even play 40 games this year?
That was the exact number that I had in my brain. Exactly.
Probably should.
I'll say a slight over.
I think it might be under, at least if we're just going to make it regular season. It would not surprise me if he spent a lot of time playing select games and that's it. And then as we played less than 40 games in the regular season, he's already missed about 15, 16. So yeah, for him to play 40 of the last 60, 65 games, that sounds about right.
A big early season blow for the Spurs as Victor Wembanyama is out for a few weeks with a left calf strain. Will the Spurs still be above the playoff cut line when he returns? Wait, why does anyone care? The playoffs aren't for another 6 months and pretty much everybody gets in anyway. What's the point?
Great point, Nick. I mean, it's too bad for the league that a guy who's off to a tremendous start and arguably could be the next biggest thing in the league won't be around for a while. I mean, this is a left calf strain, and there's already concerns about these soft tissue injuries early in the season. My God, we haven't even played a month. Of this sport, and we're already worried about stuff like this. Maybe the question needs to be, is the NBA too tough? Do we need to cut the season down to about 20 games and like 4 playoff teams? Is it
what is this football?
Is this the NFL?
Football.
Is this the NFL?
Wow.
They only play once a week.
Look, I know you're making fun of it, man. I think basketball is a tougher sport than people give it credit for. Versus the old days, just given how fast they're running, how hard they are running, how high they are jumping. I think you see it. I think that's why there have been all sorts of injuries like this in basketball. This sucks. Like, in all seriousness, a guy who is that tall, he's always going to seem like an injury risk because we've seen really tall players in the NBA not make it through many seasons over, the history of the sport, but certainly in recent years. Get better, Victor. Also, thanks for another NBA question, Nick. That was great.
The final results are in after the YouTube ESPN war. Audience was certainly down the 2 weeks YouTube subscribers had no access to ABC or ESPN, but is there enough wiggle room for ESPN to claim it wasn't that bad?
I mean, definitely. We talked about some of the numbers over the last couple of weeks, not a TV ratings guy. There was a drop-off, certainly, John, but how much of the drop-off can just be associated to the opponents themselves, or the games themselves? BYU, Texas Tech, I was watching that game, but that's not a game that's going to move the needle nationally like Notre Dame Pitt or certainly in Oklahoma, Bama, Texas, Georgia. So, in the end, I mean, Georgia, Florida did a pretty solid number. Oklahoma, Tennessee, maybe not so much. But it was also, as the graphic shows right now on ZoneTV.live, was going up against Game 7 of the World Series.
Yes, baseball. Cutting that football audience, baby. Baseball.
One time a year. Congratulations
baseball.
to baseball. That was a great Game 7. It's a great Game 7.
Yeah, both sides are going to claim victory to a degree. The pre-ban college game day viewership was down, or during the ban, I should say. Probably the most noticeable drop was the Oklahoma-Tennessee game. But as Josh mentioned, that was going up against Game 7 of the World Series. The one that would have been interesting, but we'll never know the answer to, was Vanderbilt, Texas, who had, quote, only 4.5 million viewers. But that also matched the first 9 weeks of viewership on ABC in the noon or 11 a.m. window at 4.5 million. I think Vandy, Texas would have had a much bigger audience. It's also Texas, and it was also, people love the underdog, and Diego Pavia is, one of the bigger names in the sport this year. Yeah. But other than that, there's wiggle room for both sides. The good news is the war is over.
Thank God.
We mentioned baseball earlier. Why don't we keep talking about it? We missed opining about the MVPs given out in Major League Baseball. What do you think of the winners?
I would have voted Cal Raleigh. I know Aaron Judge had a tremendous season, certainly an MVP caliber season, and Farron laid out the arguments a couple of weeks ago. But when a catcher, the most difficult position in baseball, can hit 60 home runs, I mean, what are we doing here? Other than that, I will continue my refrain. Poor Ippei. Ippei was framed. He should have at least half of this MVP award in the National League.
Wow. Congratulations to Ippei. I couldn't agree with you more about Cal Raleigh. And also, let me get on my little soapbox, my baseball soapbox. I hate how, for the last month of the season, a legitimately fun MVP race, right? Like, people are talking about it. We have Farron on. This is announced when? Last week? This week? Yeah. November? Like, the season, first of all, has been over for almost 3 weeks, or 2 weeks, I guess, by the time they announced it. What? I don't understand how this can happen, why this happens. I remember back in the day, the NBA MVP was announced in, like, the second round. Also weird. Maybe football just has it easier, and that there is the conference championship games and then a week off and then the Super Bowl. And so they do it in between the Super Bowl. But by this point, I honestly had forgotten, and it was like, oh, that's right. And so it just seemed like it's kind of a waste of time to have all those discussions when by the time they actually announced it, everybody had moved on from the season anyway. So Cal Raleigh, incredible year for a catcher. And then to keep it going in the postseason was obviously really, really special. One of those super memorable years that I will never forget, even though I will often forget who won the MVP.
Sam Levitt, the Arizona State quarterback who is currently injured and watching Jeff Sims, remember him? Lighted up for the Sun Devils, is likely leaving the program. On3, not on E, reports his people are actively shopping him around. What do you think his value is as a transfer?
I mean, he's now been a multi-year starter, John, across two different schools. People forget that there was some Nebraska chatter about him when he was at Michigan State. He played just a little bit that year, including against Nebraska. I didn't think that he was all that impressive. He went 15 of 23 in limited snaps, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. He was much better in 24 with the Sun Devils, 24 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, and before the injury this year, 10 touchdowns, 3 picks. I mean, I definitely think he's a solid starter. I think you put talent around him. I think that he could be a successful player. Also, if you go to his ESPN.com page, the Sun Devil graphic makes him look like the devil because he has horns popping out of his head because of the way that the logo is centered behind him. So that's also funny, too. So I think he's a solid starter. Absolutely.
He'll certainly have value. He will be battling Dylan Raiola and TJ. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey.
Whoa.
No, yeah, just be TJ, John.
Oh, that's right. TJ's leaving.
No, it's got to be your bowl.
He's definitely got value. I mean,
oh yeah.
He was 24-6 touchdowns to interceptions in his playoff year. You know, this past year it was injury riddled from the start, but he's got the ability to run. He'll certainly have suitors. I'll be curious to see if he ends up with a Big Ten or an SEC program, or if it's more of a lateral move and it's another Big 12 program or an ACC program.
The Navy has revealed the uniforms for the Army-Navy game. It's to celebrate the Navy's 250th anniversary. Your thoughts?
Nice and simple. I like the numbers, and it looks like on the side of the helmets.
Is that a map?
An old wooden ship.
Yeah, that's an old wooden ship.
Diversity.
I think.
No, that's a ship. That is a ship.
That's a ship, but it looks like it's on a piece of paper, so it's like artwork.
Is that the Constitution, John?
Could be.
The USS Constitution.
It could be, yeah, absolutely. But these teams always hit it out of the park with theirs for this game. So I look forward to what the Army has. Army has for us. But, yeah, Navy, again, very attractive uniforms for America's game.
That you won't be watching probably because
I will. If I can watch it, I will be watching because I watch the Army-Navy game because I am a patriotic American who loves football more than you.
Interesting.
Unironically, this is my dad's favorite football game of the year. My dad loves the Army-Navy game.
Your dad and John should do a podcast together. The Old Man Hour, where they talk about how things used to be better.
Now, for the last few years, I've been actively paying attention. I think I've liked every single Navy uniform way more than the Army uniforms. I think the Navy's
out
just
on
better.
The Army.
The Navy helped us win the Revolutionary War, Josh.
You know, Nick, I do.
Well, so did the
shout
Army.
out. I do think I think Nick might be onto something. The Navy with like the white and the blue helmet that kind of has like the line through it. Like their look is often cooler, I would say. That's a good take, Nick.
The NASA uniforms a couple years ago were so cool. I loved those NASA unis.
People forget about NASA.
People do forget about NASA. Finally, speaking for the Navy, that's where famously Bill Belichick got the coaching bug following his father. I wonder if Bill's father also followed Bill's mother to an adult cheerleading team competition.
I didn't realize there were adult cheerleading team competitions.
These are the same adults who play Pokemon.
No,
whoa,
John.
You're talking about Nick Grimm right now.
That's not true at all. I've
Nick
never been to an
also
adult
famously
cheerleading
about
competition.
the same age as Jordan, so.
John, I'm
That's
older
true,
than
Nick.
her. I'm older than her.
She's older than Matt McMaster, barely. She's right in between you two. This is John. I can't figure out if you like Bill Belichick or you dislike him. He's supporting him. Didn't you go see ABBA with your wife or whatever the movie Mamma Mia?
No, I did not go to Mamma Mia.
Didn't you go to Sex in the City 2 with your wife?
Well, of course.
This is the same thing as that. You're not able to critic.
Yeah, this is the same thing. Adult cheerleading. What are we doing here? Bill, you got a game. You're on the cusp of bowl eligibility. You could be a 5-win bowl eligible team. What are we doing here? Come on, Bill. You have a responsibility to prove the lamestream college football media wrong again by winning just one more game and then
Sean is so
eking your
triggered about
way
this.
into a bowl game because your APR scores that you had nothing to do with because they're based on previous years get you in.
What are the odds
So ridiculous.
somebody went up to him and asked which one was his granddaughter?
That would be awesome, Nick. Look at him, how smiley he is. He's not coaching. This guy is so washed. Old Bill Belichick, not old as in older, younger Bill Belichick would never be caught dead doing this. And now he's going to cheerleading competitions. Back in 2015, remember, he used to cheat to win. And now he's obviously not cheating on his girlfriend because he's supporting her at cheerleading camp.
In the words of Cosmo Kramer, up here, he's already gone.
He's already gone.
All right, when we come back, it's What's for Dinner, and then Creighton basketball pregame begins at the top of the hour here on 1620 The Zone. The Bluejay Zone is brought to you by Chandler Conway.
Have you been injured in an accident? You shouldn't have to fight with insurance companies or deal with medical bills alone. You need an experienced injury lawyer who'll protect your rights while you focus on healing. At Chandler Conway, our team understands the legal process and will handle your case with dedication. Our goal is simple: to secure the compensation you deserve. Call us today or visit chandlerconway.com for a free consultation. Don't face this challenge alone. Let us support you every step of the way.
Creighton forward Liam McChesney lost 2 seasons after open heart surgery. His relationship with Alan Huss is a big reason why he's here at Creighton.
Me and him have been through so much together. Those 2 years, it feels like a whole lifetime. He knows me as a person, knows me as a basketball player, and there's no other coach in the country that knows me like that. So I was definitely willing to give it a shot, and, I'm happy I did.
For more of my interview with Liam, check out the 1620 The Jays pod at 1620thezone.com.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is to Backlot Pizza and Kitchen. Get $50 in gift certificates for only $25. Backlot Pizza and Kitchen in Elkhorn is a must-visit for anyone craving a unique dining experience. Backlot Pizza and Kitchen, 204th and Q next to ACX Cinema 12+.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Sean Callahan breaks down the UCLA game and previews the Penn State game. Thursday at Holy Ghost Church. Doors open at 5. Program starts at 7, and it's only $10 for adults, $5 for children. Sponsored by Jones Barrel Company and Beer City.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
He's tough as a walrus steak.
And he's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, take your other kneecap.
Ready to hang them up. Got him. You know what? I'm my daughter's I'll leave
We're going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we'll take another hump out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going on TV.
The wife called an audible. I thought we were having vigils because it was ground beef out and a can of sandwich next to it. But instead, it was smash burgers and cast iron skillet.
Let's go! That's a dinner,
which actually turned out really well, really good as well. So I sat down and
have a sandwich can.
Oh, sandwich cans in the pantry. I'm sure we
put it out the door. They threw it out into the street.
And I enjoyed it as I watched the first episode of Ken Burns' new documentary about the American Revolution.
I saw that. Was terrible. I need to watch it.
John, I love smash burgers. We have by we I mean she has cooked them inside. How smoky did the kitchen last night?
I mean they were done well before I got home. So it didn't seem very smoky.
Okay, that's nice. That's the only issue with cooking burgers inside. Now that we have a flat top for the outdoors, we don't have to worry about that. Smash burgers this weekend. Let's see. Last night. What did I say? Oh, we were doing. No, that was Monday. We did the roast beef. Don't remember what I ended up doing last night. It was, I'm sure,
rotten potatoes.
No, not doing potatoes because Risk got off earlier than she was expecting to. Wow, I can't remember what we had last night. I had the pizza and then she made some green beans with bacon in there. Very tasty. Tonight. She's gone. No. I'm stopping by her work. They have this grilled cheese option that because she's been whipping up every week. She makes grilled cheese. And this one, I can't remember exactly the setup, but she's very excited for it. And tried it yesterday and says that it's good and not in the Josh Hodson way. So I'm gonna go have that tonight. Probably some chips with it as well. So I'm very excited. Grilled cheese should be very tasty.
Yum. Last night we also called it audible. Chicken is for tonight. Last night we ended up doing pizza and fries, and we figured out how to make our own version of cane sauce. So we've been doing that like crazy.
Look at that, crazy. It is a bacon jam grilled cheese. That's what I'll be having tonight.
Sounds good.
Very excited. Yeah. Very excited.
All right. Well, that's the Grum. Of course, if you missed anything, go back to 1620thezone.com radio replay section, or you can rewind our YouTube. All of our shows are archived on our YouTube channel as well. You can catch everything that we talked about today. Coming up tomorrow, it is Thursday, so we'll get into some 1620, the analytics.
Voice of the Nittany
Lions, Steve Jones, Robin Washit. And a whole lot more.
Todd Furman
in the bullpen, warming up. It's Austin Jacobson and Bluejays shoot around another half-hour edition before Tyler Clement and I take over courtside at 6:30. And the Bluejays coming up.